On my channel, you will find a wide variety of full-length audiobooks, so if you haven't subscribed yet, please subscribe for more. Thank you for joining me today. Get comfortable, sit back, relax, and let's dive in. The Broken Lantern. Audiobook and narration provided by Frostfall Audio. Chapter 1. Peach Tin Bell. The plane's been dead longer than I've been alive. Elias figured that out by the rust patterns on the wing, something about oxidation rates and coastal humidity. I stopped listening halfway through because my knees were already starting to lock up, that familiar grinding sensation that means I've got maybe 2 hours before I can't bend them at all. We're waist deep in the fuselage now. The water's cold enough to sting, murky with sediment and God knows what else. Spore water, probably. Everything's spore water these days. There, Elias says, pointing at something wedged under a collapsed seat. His voice echoes wrong in here. Too sharp, too loud. The rotten outside have been quiet for the past hour, which means they're either gone or waiting. I'm betting on waiting. He ducks under, and I grab his jacket before he goes fully submerged. Kid doesn't think, just sees something shiny and forgets there's 30 centimeters of water between him and drowning. Careful, I say. He shoots me that look, the one that says he's 18 and I'm suffocating him. Same look his father used to give me before. Not going there. Elias surfaces with something clutched in his fist. A can, dented to hell, label barely readable. Yellow Free Brand peaches, the kind we used to get in the library vending machine before the lights went out for good. It's a bell, he says, grinning like he just found the Holy Grail. My knees choose that moment to crack. Loud, echoing, we both freeze. Outside, something shifts. Elias's grin disappears. He looks at the can in his hand, then at me, then at the windscreen where 3 rotten are pressed against the glass. They were shambling before, now they're still, heads cocked at the same angle, listening. Mom, Elias whispers, I'm already moving. Slowly. Water displacement creates ripples, and ripples create sound. And sound, one of the rotten twitches. My hand finds Elias's shoulder. I squeeze once. Our old signal. Don't move. Don't breathe. Don't exist. The rotten at the windscreen tilts its head the other way. Crystallized eyes catch the dim light filtering through the silt-streaked glass. Not much light. Maybe 0.05 lux. Enough to see by, not enough to trigger bloom. That's the theory, anyway. The theory's kept us alive for 6 years. Elias is staring at the can. The metal's dark with corrosion, but where his thumb rubs against the rim, it gleams dully. He's thinking something. I can always tell when he's thinking something stupid, because his jaw sets the same way mine does. Don't. He does. Shakes the can. Once. Quick rattle of something dried out inside. Maybe a peach pit, maybe just rust flakes. The sound rings metallic. 2 kilohertz, if I had to guess. Bright and sharp and completely wrong for this place. The rotten outside freeze. Not the shambling kind of freeze. The kind where every muscle locks at once, mid-step, like someone hit pause on a video. 3 of them. Statue still. Heads turned toward the sound. My heart's doing something complicated in my chest. Elias is looking at the can like it just betrayed him. Light, I whisper. It's always been about light. That's what Cal said. But I'm watching the rotten. They're not moving. Not toward us. Not away. Just stopped. The can slips from Elias's grip. Hits the water with a soft plunk. He catches it before it sinks. Pockets it fast. His face has gone pale in that way that makes his freckles stand out. We need to go, he says. I'm already moving toward the exit hatch. My left knee grinds with every step, cartilage scraping bone. Lovely. That means I'll be useless for hauling supplies tomorrow, and Elias will have to do the heavy lifting again, and he'll give me that look that's half concern and half resentment. The windscreen cracks, not breaks. Cracks. Hairline fracture spreading from where one of the rotten's palm is pressed flat against the glass. They're not frozen anymore. They're pushing. Hatch, I say, louder now because stealth just became irrelevant. Elias is faster than me, always has been. He reaches the ceiling panel first, yanks the emergency release. The hatch pops with a hiss of equalized pressure, and rust-brown water starts flooding in from above. Great. I boost him up. He grabs the frame, pulls himself through. I'm right behind him, but my knees aren't cooperating. They're locked now, fully locked, and climbing requires bending. The windscreen spiderwebs. Elias's hand appears in the hatch opening. Mom. I grab his wrist. He pulls. My knees scream. Actual physical screaming, though maybe that's just the sound they make when forced to bend past their tolerance threshold. Something pops in my left joint, hot and wet, and I bite down on my tongue hard enough to taste copper. We tumble onto the wing. The sky above us is the color of old concrete. No stars, no moon, just the kind of darkness that makes you forget light ever existed. Below, the rotten are circling the plane. 6 of them now. More shambling out of the tree line. They move wrong, joints bending backward, heads swiveling too far. Fungal tendrils sprout from their spines, waving like they're testing the air. Elias is staring at the can in his pocket. I can see the outline through the fabric. It's not light, he says quietly. I want to argue. Want to tell him he's wrong, that we've been safe because we stay in the dark, that Cal's research proved it was always about photon exposure. But the rotten below aren't looking at us. They're circling the plane, heads tilted toward the fuselage where the sound came from. My son pulls the can out, looks at it like it's a loaded gun. All this time, he says, we've been hiding from the wrong thing. The implications of that are too big to process standing on a rust-eaten wing with the rotten 40 meters below. My knees are still screaming, my tongue is bleeding, and Elias is pocketing the can with this look on his face, half shame, half something else. Pride, maybe, or fear. He helped me down off the wing in silence. We took the long route back to camp, through the salt marshes, where the rotten don't follow because the ground's too soft. I didn't ask why he kept the can. He didn't volunteer an explanation. By the time we reached the shack, my knees had swollen to the size of grapefruits. Elias boiled water for the compress without being asked. He's good about that. Has been since he was 12 and figured out the joint pain gets worse in cold weather. I lay on my sleeping mat and watched him work. His hands are steady now. They weren't 6 years ago. 6 years ago, they shook every time he had to clean a wound or ration food. Now they're surgeon steady. Growing up looks different when the world ends before you hit puberty. Mom, he says, not looking at me. If it's not light, then don't. Then we've been wrong about everything. I close my eyes. My knees pulse in time with my heartbeat. We've been alive. That's not wrong. But if sound, we don't know it's sound. Could be frequency. Could be proximity. Could be we got lucky today. He's quiet for a long time. Then, I'm keeping it. I know. I'll be careful. I know that too. What I don't say, I'm terrified of what careful means now. Because careful used to mean stay in the dark, stay quiet, stay small. And if the can proves what I think it proves, then careful means something else entirely. Outside, something shuffles past our door, dragging steps. The rhythm's familiar, same rotten that's been circling our territory for the past 3 days. We call him Cousin Eddie because Elias has a sick sense of humor. Cousin Eddie doesn't try the door, just shuffles past, heading toward the salt marsh. Elias is still holding the compress against my knee. His thumb runs along the rim of the can in his pocket, back and forth, wearing away the corrosion, making it shine. I want to tell him to stop. Want to make him throw the damn thing into the marsh where it can rust in peace. But I don't. Because if I'm honest, and the dark hours before dawn are when I'm most honest, I want to know too. I want to know if we've been living a lie. The compress goes cold. Elias rewarms it without asking. Outside, Cousin Eddie shuffles back the other way. Same route, same rhythm, same dead world. And in Elias's pocket, the can sits quiet and bright and full of questions we can't afford to ask. Chapter 2. Knuckle Flare. The stranger shows up at dawn with a working light bulb in his hand. I see him coming from half a click away, hard not to when he's walking upright instead of shambling, and the thing in his fist is glowing amber. My first instinct is to shoot. Second instinct is to grab Elias and run. Third instinct, the one I actually follow, is to watch. Elias is already at the window. Kid has better distance vision than me, probably because he grew up reading by starlight instead of fluorescence. He's alone, Elias says. You sure? No rotten following him, and he's carrying a bag. Real bag, not just scavenged garbage. The man stops 30 meters from our shack, sets down his pack, holds up the bulb so we can see it clearly. It's not a flashlight, not a chemical stick. It's an actual incandescent bulb, 60 watts if I'm guessing right, glowing warm and steady like something out of a memory. Where the hell did he get filament? Elias whispers. Good question. Tungsten doesn't grow on trees, and every working bulb got burned through in the first 6 months after the collapse. People kept trying to light their homes, kept believing power would come back on, kept burning through their supplies until there was nothing left but darkness. The man waves, casual, like he's greeting neighbors over a fence. I check the perimeter. No rotten, none shambling, none hiding, none of the statues still ones we saw yesterday at the plane. The few in visual range are still moving, still hunting by whatever method keeps them functional. They're not reacting to his light. Mom, Elias says, and his voice has that edge to it. The one that means he's about to do something without asking permission first. Don't. He's already opening the door. I grab my knife, not that it'll do much against a man with unknown intentions, but it's better than greeting him empty-handed. My knees are stiff from last night's swelling, but they bend when I force them. Small mercies. The man waits while we approach. He's maybe 40, pale as chalk, with white blonde eyelashes that make his eyes look naked. When he smiles, I notice his tongue is scarred. Burns, maybe. Chemical or heat, hard to tell. Name's Calandrino, he says. His voice is rough, like he doesn't use it much. Heard there were survivors in this sector. Didn't expect to find anyone maintaining a perimeter this organized. Elias is staring at the bulb. Can't help himself. Kid sees working tech and his brain just locks on. Where'd you get it? I ask, because someone needs to ask practical questions. Calandrino holds it up. The glass is clean, no dust, no grime, recent manufacture, or at least recent cleaning. Made it, well, rebuilt it, tungsten filament from old server parts, sulfur compound for the gas fill. Tricky bit was the vacuum seal, but, he shrugs, I used to work at Eden Grid. Before. Eden Grid. The words hang in the air between us like smoke. Fusion reactor, Elias says. Gabon equator. I read about it in Encyclopedia Britannica, Volume 6, Calandrino finishes. Entry between Ecuador and edible flowers. Yeah. I helped build the dampers for the secondary cooling system. Elias looks at me. I look at the bulb. It's still operational, Calandrino continues. Eden Grid. The reactor, I mean. Geothermal cooling kept the core stable even after the scram, and the torus generates clean power, sine wave frequency that doesn't interfere with fungal propagation, which is why, he gestures at the bulb, this doesn't attract them. Different wavelength, different frequency. It's all about the harmonics. I should probably say something. Should probably ask questions about wavelength and frequency and why the hell he walked 600 clicks through rotten territory to tell us this. But Elias is faster. You came here to recruit us, he says. Calandrino's smile widens. Smart kid. Yeah, I need an escort, someone who knows the territory between here and the grid, and you two. He looks at our shack, at the organized perimeter, at the way Elias carries himself. You two have been surviving smart. That's rare. We survive by staying dark, I say. Right, because everyone thinks it's about light. Calandrino's smile turns into something else. Pity, maybe. But you've already figured out it's not, haven't you? Otherwise you wouldn't have survived yesterday's little experiment at the cargo plane. My hand tightens on the knife. How do you... I've been tracking you for 3 days. Watched you loot that plane, watched the rotten freeze when your kid shook that can. He tilts his head. Metal resonance, 432 hertz, give or take, paralyzes the mycelial network for about 3 minutes. Neat trick. Elias's hand goes to his pocket. Protective. The can's still in there, wrapped in cloth so it doesn't rattle. You know what frequency does, Calandrino continues, but you don't know why, and you sure as hell don't know how to replicate it or control it. That's where Eden Grid comes in. We've got the equipment, we've got the power, and we've got, he pauses, dramatic, 600 kilometers of dark territory between here and safety. I need guides. You need answers. Seems fair. I want to say no. Want to tell him to take his glowing bulb and his promises and walk back into whatever hole he crawled out of. But Elias is looking at me with those eyes, the ones that say he's already made up his mind. We travel at night, I say. Obviously. And if there's danger, I call the stops, not you. Wouldn't have it any other way. And you give us that bulb, right now, before we agree to anything. Calandrino's eyebrows go up. Then he laughs, short, sharp bark of sound. Fair enough. He tosses it. Elias catches it one-handed, holds it up to the gray morning light. The filament inside glows steady and warm, 60 watts of something that shouldn't exist anymore. The rotten at the tree line are still shambling, still hunting, still ignoring us completely. See? Calandrino says. Wrong frequency. They don't even register it. Elias is turning the bulb over in his hands. I can see the gears turning in his head, the way they always do when he's processing something big. He's thinking about the can, about resonance and frequency and all the things we thought we knew. He's thinking about light. I'm thinking about how much my knees are going to hate a 600-kilometer hike. When do we leave? Elias asks. Calandrino grins. Tomorrow night. Gives you time to pack, and gives me time to explain what you're walking into. That's when the first one hits the perimeter. Not a rotten. Something faster. Human-shaped but wrong. Moving with purpose instead of shamble. It comes from the west, from the direction of the salt marsh, and it's not alone. Calandrino sees my face and turns. Ah, yeah, should have mentioned, light doesn't bother them, but it does announce your position to anyone else looking. 3 more figures resolve from the tree line. They move like hunters, coordinated, and they're carrying improvised weapons, pipes, sharpened rebar, the kind of thing you make when bullets run out. Feral, Elias asks. Worse, Calandrino says. He's already backing toward our shack. Static cult. They think radio noise is divine voice. Hate anyone who repairs transmitters or generates clean power. You didn't think to mention this earlier? I snap. Slipped my mind. The first cultist is close enough now that I can see his face. Scarification patterns on his cheeks. Ritualistic. His eyes are bright and clear. Not rotten, not fungal. Just human madness. He's looking at the bulb in Elias's hand. Inside, I say. We move. Calandrino's surprisingly fast for someone carrying a heavy pack. We hit the shack door, slam it shut, throw the bolt. The walls are sheet metal and prayer. They'll hold against rotten, but against determined humans with tools? Not long. Elias sets the bulb on the floor. It keeps glowing steady in amber, casting shadows that dance wrong in the cramped space. How many? Calandrino asks. 4 that I saw. Maybe more. They'll try to take the bulb first, then discard us, then desecrate the tech. Comforting. Outside, something scrapes against the wall. Testing. The cultists aren't rushing. They're methodical, checking for weaknesses. Smart hunters. Elias has the peach can out. He's looking at it, then at the bulb, then at me. Don't, I say. If 432 hertz freezes rotten, these aren't rotten. But if it affects mycelial networks, maybe it affects humans who've been exposed to. Elias. He shakes the can anyway. The metallic ring cuts through the shack. Bright. Sharp. Wrong. Outside, the scraping stops. We wait. 5 seconds. 10. 15. Then the door explodes inward. They come fast. 3 of them, moving in sequence. Weapons ready. The first one has a pipe. The second has rebar. The third has something that looks like a religious symbol welded to a sledgehammer handle. I'm moving before I think. Knife out, low sweep toward the lead man's kidney. He blocks with the pipe, too slow, I'm under his guard, and my blade finds the soft spot below his ribs. He goes down gurgling. Elias has the second one. Kids gotten better at fighting. All that reading about leverage and force vectors translates better than you'd think. The rebar man swings wide. Elias ducks inside, drives his shoulder into the man's solar plexus, follows up with something probably learned from a library book on judo. Calandrino handles the third one with disturbing efficiency. Single motion, grab, twist, leverage, and the sledgehammer guy is face down on the floor with his arm bent at an angle that makes my stomach flip. Silence. The cultists on the floor aren't moving. The fourth one, the one who stayed outside, is gone. Smart. He'll report back, bring more. We need to leave, Calandrino says. He's not even breathing hard. Now. Tonight. They'll come back with the full choir. Elias picks up the bulb. It's still glowing. Still steady. Still bright. 600 kilometers, he says. Give or take. And this light, it really doesn't trigger them? Not the rotten, no. Calandrino looks at the bodies on our floor. Humans, though, humans are a different problem. My knees are already starting to swell from the fight. It's going to be a long walk, but Elias is holding the bulb like it's a promise, like it's the first star in a sky that forgot how to make them. And I know, absolutely know, that even if I said no, even if I chained him to this shack, he'd find a way to follow. So I don't say no. I say, pack light. We leave in 6 hours. And Elias, my son, my liability, my hope, grins at me in the amber glow. Outside in the distance, I hear the choir starting to sing. Chapter 3, Cartography of Silence. The salt pan sounds like breaking glass when you step wrong. We've been crossing for 3 hours now, and I've learned to hate every centimeter of it. The ground is crusted white, mineral deposits from when this was ocean bottom, and the crystals crunch under our boots no matter how careful we are. Sound carries here. Doesn't echo, doesn't fade, just carries flat and true across the empty expanse, which means everything hears us coming. Calandrino leads. He's got a map, actual paper map, pre-collapse, with hand-drawn annotations marking safe routes and danger zones. Eden Grid is marked in red ink 600 kilometers southeast. Might as well be on the moon. Elias walks behind him. I bring up the rear, which is strategic positioning. The slowest person goes last so they don't bottleneck the group. My knees held up through the first hour, but now they're grinding with every step and I'm starting to limp. Elias hasn't looked back in 40 minutes. The bulb's in his pack, wrapped in cloth so it won't break. We tested it last night, turned it on for 10 seconds, watched the rotten at the perimeter. They kept shambling. Calandrino was right about the frequency. Still doesn't mean I trust him. We stop for water at the 2-hour mark. Calandrino pours from a canteen that looks newer than it should be. I've got my own water, filtered through pre-collapsed tablets that probably stopped being effective 2 years ago. Elias shares his with me without asking. Good kid. We need to talk about Eden Grid, Calandrino says. I'm checking my left knee, swollen, hot to touch, probably retaining fluid. Going to be useless by tomorrow. What about it? The reactor's stable, but the control room. He pauses, choosing words. It's in the light zone. Full sunlight, 12 hours a day. We'll need to move fast once we're inside. How fast? Fast enough that your knees won't matter. I look up. He's not being cruel, just stating fact. Still makes me want to punch him. I can carry her, Elias says. No. I said no. The salt pan swallows our argument, flattens it into nothing. We're standing in the middle of nowhere, exposed on all sides, and we're bickering like this is a family road trip instead of a death march. Calandrino clears his throat. There's another option. The grid's secondary access, underground tunnel system. No light, climate-controlled, direct route to the control room. But it's tight, crawl space tight, and if the mycelial network has infiltrated the ventilation system, he shrugs, we'd be breathing spores the whole way. Better than burning up in sunlight, Elias says. I want to argue, but he's right. Surface route means 12 hours of exposure, which means triggering bloom, which means death. Underground means possible spore exposure, which means possible death. The math isn't hard. We vote, I say. Majority rules. I vote tunnel, Elias says immediately. Same, says Calandrino. They both look at me. My knees pulse, throb, scream. The arthritis accelerates in cold, and underground tunnels are going to be colder than up here. I'll be lucky if I can crawl by the time we're halfway through. Tunnel, I say. Elias smiles, small victory. Kid doesn't realize he's voting for me to become a complete liability, but he'll figure it out soon enough. We keep walking. The salt pan stretches on forever, white and flat and empty under a gray sky. No landmarks, no vegetation, just endless crust that crunches underfoot. I focus on Elias's back, on keeping pace, on not falling behind. He's got the bulb in his pack. I can see the outline through the fabric, same way I could see the peach can yesterday. Kid collects symbols. First the can, now this. Building an arsenal of things that shouldn't exist anymore. Calandrino stops suddenly. Hand up, signal for silence. We freeze. Something's moving at the edge of visual range. Not rotten, too coordinated, human, maybe, or something that used to be human. Ferals, Calandrino whispers, 3 o'clock, don't move. I strain my eyes. There, maybe half a click out, shapes resolving from the haze. Small shapes, children-sized. Elias sees them too. His hand goes to his pocket where the can lives, but he doesn't pull it out. Smart. The sound would announce us to everything within 5 kilometers. The shapes get closer. They're not walking, they're loping, quadrupedal, gihat, moving with that wrong jointed gait that means long-term exposure. Feral kids. The ones who were too young to remember the before times, who grew up in the dark and learned to move like the rotten. They stop 50 meters away. 5 of them. Maybe 8 years old, maybe 12. Hard to tell under the grime and the hunched postures. One of them makes a sound. Not words, a clicking pattern, rhythmic and sharp. The others respond in chorus, same pattern. They're communicating. Don't move, Calandrino breathes. They're testing to see if we react to the sound. I don't move. Elias doesn't move. But I can see his shoulders tense, see the way his hand hovers near his pocket. The ferals wait. 10 seconds. 20. Then the lead one, smallest one, probably the youngest, stands upright. Cocks its head at us the way the rotten cock their heads. You deserve a break today, it sings. Pre-collapse jingle. McDonald's. I remember hearing it from the library break room back when break rooms existed. The other ferals join in, so get up and get away. They're not attacking, not threatening. They're just singing. Advertising jingles from a dead world preserved in the mouths of children who never knew what they meant. To McDonald's, the smallest one finishes. Then they turn and lope away, back into the haze, leaving us alone on the salt pan with the sound of their song echoing flat and true. Calandrino exhales. That was lucky. Lucky how? I ask. They decided we're not food. Must have eaten recently. Elias is still staring after them. His face has gone pale, freckles standing out like paint flecks. They're just kids. We're kids, Calandrino corrects. Now there's something else. We keep walking. The sun's starting its long decline toward evening. Not that we can see it through the cloud cover, but the light's changing quality, getting grayer. We've got maybe 2 hours before full dark, which is when we'll make real distance. My knees are bad now. Really bad. Left one especially feels like someone's driving nails through the joint with every step. I'm trying not to limp too obviously, but Elias keeps glancing back, checking on me, making sure I'm keeping up. I hate that he has to check. We're maybe 5 clicks into the salt pan when it happens. Elias stops walking, turns around, looks at me with this expression I can't read. What? I say. You were going to smash the bulb. My stomach drops. What are you talking about? Last night, before we left, I saw you standing over my pack. You had the rock in your hand. As Calandrino stops walking too, turns to watch. Great audience for this conversation. I was checking supplies, I say. You were going to smash it. like you tried to smash the can when I first found it. Elias's voice is level, controlled, which means he's furious. You don't want me to have anything that could help us. Help us? Elias, that thing, is the only reason we're alive right now. If Calandrino hadn't shown us the frequency difference, we'd still be hiding in that shack, waiting for the static cult to come back with reinforcements. We were safe in that shack. We were dying in that shack. He's not shouting, can't shout, not here where sound carries, but his voice has that edge. Every day we stayed there was one day closer to starving or getting raided or you not being able to walk anymore. This is our way out. This is you chasing a light because you read about it in a book. This is me trying to save us before we become those ferals singing jingles because we forgot how to speak. The salt pan swallows his words, flattens them, makes them true and terrible at the same time. Calandrino clears his throat. I'll just give you two some space. He walks ahead, far enough to not hear, but close enough to respond if something attacks. Elias and I stand in the middle of nothing. White ground, gray sky, silence that weighs like water. I was checking the bulb, I say quietly, making sure the filament was secure. The glass is thin, and if it breaks during transport, you're lying. Elias, you lie when you think it'll keep me safe. You've been lying since I was 10 and figured out the arthritis was genetic. My mouth goes dry. I don't know what you. Genetic markers. 25 years old, give or take. That's when it'll start for me too. Radiological calcification from the fallout, combined with fungal exposure. You knew. You've always known. And you don't want me to see you get worse because then I'll know what's waiting for me. He's right. God help me. He's right. I've been hiding in the dark for 6 years, telling myself it's about the rotten, about keeping safe. But really it's about him never having to watch me decay, never having to count down to his own expiration date. I'm not a candle that attracts moths with teeth, Elias says. His voice is quiet now, almost gentle. I'm not bait. I'm not something you need to hide from the light. I'm your son, and I'm asking you to trust me. I want to. God, I want to. But all I see when I look at him is the moment his knees start grinding the way mine do. The moment he can't bend them anymore. The moment he realizes his body's a clock winding down. I trust you, I say. Then why'd you try to smash the bulb? I don't have an answer for that. Elias pulls the bulb from his pack, unwraps it, holds it up so the gray afternoon light catches the glass. I'm keeping this, he says, and I'm not asking permission. Then he turns and walks after Calandrino, leaving me alone on the salt pan with my grinding knees and my coward's heart. I follow because what else can I do? We walk in silence for the next hour. Elias doesn't look back, doesn't check on me, doesn't slow down when my limp gets worse. He's made his choice, and I've made mine, or failed to make it, which amounts to the same thing. The sun finishes setting. Full dark comes on fast, the way it always does. Calandrino pulls out a chemical stick, red light, almost invisible past 20 meters. We navigate by memory and starlight. Elias walks ahead of me, the bulb tucked back in his pack. I watch his back and wonder when exactly he stopped being a child. The salt pan stretches on forever, white crust invisible in the darkness, only the crunch of our footsteps marking that we're moving at all. Somewhere behind us, the ferals start singing again. Different jingle this time. I'm loving it. Their voices carry flat and true across the emptiness. And Elias doesn't look back, not even once, though I stand there in the dark with the bulb outline burning in my vision like an afterimage, like a ghost, like the future I can't protect him from, no matter how hard I try. Chapter 4, The Arthritis Line. We hit the equator 3 days later, and that's when everything goes to hell. Not dramatic hell. Not rotten or cultists or ferals singing advertisements. Just the quiet hell of my body deciding it's had enough. Calandrino calls it the arthritis line. Says it's where the cold front from the poles meets the residual heat from the fusion reactor's meltdowns, creating this invisible wall of temperature differential. Cross it, and if you've got radiological calcification, your joints swell like balloons. I cross it. Both knees lock up within 30 seconds. We're traversing a ridge at the time. Narrow path, steep drop on one side, crumbling shale on the other. Not an ideal place for a medical emergency, but my body doesn't care about convenience. The pain hits like voltage, not gradual, instant, complete, white hot. My left knee buckles first, then the right, and suddenly I'm on the ground with no memory of falling. Elias is there before I finish hitting the shale. Kid's got fast reflexes. Mom, hey, I'm fine. I'm not fine. I can't bend my legs, can't straighten them. They're locked at 45 degrees, swollen so badly I can see the distortion through my pants. Calandrino kneels beside me, prods my left knee with clinical efficiency. Synovial fluid buildup, combined with mineral deposits around the cartilage. How long since your last flare? 3 days. And before that, week, maybe. He exchanges a look with Elias, the kind of look doctors give family members when the prognosis is bad. She needs to rest, Calandrino says. Minimum 12 hours, preferably 24. Let the inflammation subside. We don't have 12 hours, Elias says. He's looking down the ridge toward where the path disappears into mist. The dust storm's coming. I follow his gaze. There, on the horizon, maybe 2 clicks out, a wall of brown-gray. Glass fiber spores, Calandrino called them. Silicate particles from the reactor meltdowns, mixed with fungal matter, get caught in one and you're breathing microscopic razors. How long? Calandrino asks. 90 minutes. Maybe less. They both look at me. I'm still on the ground, legs useless, watching their expressions do math I don't like. Leave me, I say. No. Elias, immediate. I'll slow you down. We're not leaving you. Elias, be practical. I am being practical. He's already shrugging off his pack. You're not dying on a ridge because I wanted to chase a light bulb. He starts unpacking, pulls out rope, emergency blanket, the salvage tarp we use for rain shelter, lays everything on the ground like he's doing inventory. What are you doing? I ask. Building a sled. A what? Calandrino gets it before I do. Satellite dish, the debris field 200 meters back, concave shape, metal frame. If we strip the electronics, they're already moving. Backtrack down the ridge, leaving me alone with my useless knees and the approaching storm. I try to stand, make it halfway up before the pain whites out my vision, and I collapse again. The joints aren't just swollen, they're crystallizing. I can feel the calcium deposits grinding against bone, turning cartilage into gravel. 25 years old, Elias had said, give or take. He's got 7 years before this starts happening to him. 7 years of watching me get worse, knowing what's coming for him too. They return 10 minutes later with a satellite dish stripped to the frame. It's dented, corroded, edges sharp enough to draw blood. Calandrino's already rigged it with rope, 2 lengths tied to the front rim, makeshift harness. This is insane, I say. Probably. Elias is wrapping the edges with the emergency blanket, padding them. But it's better than leaving you to choke on glass fiber. They lift me. I bite down on a scream because my knees don't bend and lifting means forcing them to straighten, and the pain is I'm in the sled. Elias takes the harness, loops both ropes over his shoulders, leans into the weight. The sled scrapes against shale, metal on stone screech that carries too far. Wait, Calandrino says. He pulls out a tube of something, grease maybe, or salvaged motor oil, slicks the bottom of the dish with it. Better. Elias pulls again. This time the sled glides. We start moving. The storm's closer now, maybe 40 minutes out. The wall of brown stretches from ground to sky, swallowing everything it touches. Inside it I can see shapes moving. Debris, or rotten, or both. Elias leans into the harness. The rope cuts into his shoulders. He's not complaining, but I can see the strain in his posture, the way he's already favoring his left side. I'm too heavy, I say. You're fine. Elias, Mom, shut up. Calandrino takes point, navigating. The ridge path gets narrower, steeper. On our left, the drop goes down maybe 60 meters. On our right, shale wall. The sled scrapes. Elias's breathing gets ragged. We're not moving fast enough. I do the math. Storm arrives in 30 minutes. Safe zone is 3 clicks ahead. We're moving maybe 2 clicks per hour. We're not going to make it. Elias, I say carefully, you need to go ahead. I'll wait in a cave. Ride it out. There are no caves. Then a depression and overhang. You die. Better than both of us dying. He stops walking, turns around. His face is flushed from exertion, freckles standing out, eyes hard. You don't get to make that choice, he says. I'm your mother, and I'm the one pulling the sled, which makes me the one who decides whether we keep moving or stop, and I'm deciding we keep moving. He turns back around, leans into the harness, keeps pulling. The storm's 20 minutes out now. I can hear it, low roar like static, punctuated by the sound of debris hitting debris. Glass fiber spores turn everything they touch into sandpaper. Calandrino drops back. We need to move faster. Working on it, Elias grunts. I can take the harness for a while. I've got it. Kid, you're exhausted. I said I've got it. They lock eyes. Calandrino's got maybe 20 years and 40 pounds on Elias. Could take the harness by force if he wanted, but something in Elias's expression stops him. Your funeral, Calandrino mutters. We keep moving. My knees throb, pulse. Every bump in the path sends lightning up my spine. I focus on Elias's back, on the way his shoulders move under the harness, on not crying out when the sled hits a rock and my legs shift wrong. The storm's 10 minutes out. The safe zone is 2 clicks ahead. We're not going to make it, and Elias knows it, and he's pulling anyway because I'm the broken lantern he has to carry. The thought lands like a punch. That's what I've become. Not a mother. Not a guide. Just dead weight. Something he has to drag, because leaving me would make him the villain. Elias, I say. Not now. Please listen. Mom, I swear to God. You need to let me go. He stops, turns around. His face is red, chest heaving, shoulders already showing bruises from the rope. What did you say? The storm's coming. You can't outrun it pulling me, but you can outrun it alone. No. Yes, leave the sled, take the supplies, run. I'm not leaving you. You're not leaving me. You're choosing to survive. There's a difference. The storm's 5 minutes out now. The sound is deafening. Roar and crash and the high-pitched scream of wind through stone. Behind it I hear clicking. Rotten, caught in the storm, tumbling like leaves. Elias looks at me, looks at the storm, looks at Calandrino. How long to safe zone, he asks. 15 minutes, maybe 20. And we've got 5 before the storm hits. Give or take. Elias nods once. Then he does something I don't expect. He pulls the peach can from his pocket. What are you? He shakes it. Hard. The metallic ring cuts through the storm roar, bright and sharp and deliberate. The clicking behind the storm stops. 3 seconds of silence. Then the storm shifts. The wall of brown-gray tilts, angles, starts moving parallel to the ridge instead of toward it, like it's avoiding the sound. Holy shit, Calandrino whispers. The rotten inside the storm are frozen. I can see them now, shapes suspended in the debris cloud, statues still, caught mid-tumble by the frequency. Elias shakes the can again, maintains the frequency. The storm keeps angling away. Move, he says. Calandrino grabs the harness. Together, they pull. We move fast now, both of them on the rope, sled gliding over smoothed shale. Behind us, the storm continues its parallel track, held at bay by a dented peach can and a kid who read too many physics textbooks. The safe zone is a cave mouth, natural formation, deep enough to shelter from the storm. We reach it with maybe 60 seconds to spare. They drag me inside, the sled scrapes against stone, my knees scream. I don't care. Elias collapses against the cave wall, chest heaving, can still clutched in his fist. Outside, the storm hits the ridge. The sound is apocalyptic. Shriek of glass on stone, crash of debris, the wet sound of rotten hitting rock at terminal velocity. The storm passes over our cave mouth like a river over a stone. We wait. 10 minutes. 20. 30. The storm moves on. When the sound finally fades, Elias is still holding the can. His hands are shaking. There are bruises on his shoulders from the harness. Deep purple. already swelling. "You okay?" Calandrino asks. Elias doesn't answer, just stares at the can like it betrayed him. I know that look. It's the same look I had when I realized my knees would never get better. The look that says, I saved us, and now I hate myself for needing to. You did good, I say. I dragged you across 3 kilometers of shale because I was too stupid to let you make your own choice. You saved my life. I made you into cargo. His voice cracks. You're the broken lantern I have to carry now, and I hate that. I hate that I did this to you. The cave is dark, cold. My knees are still swollen, still useless. But I can see Elias's face in the dim light from Calandrino's chemical stick. See the tears he's trying to hide. See the weight of responsibility settling on shoulders too young to carry it. Come here, I say. Doesn't move. Elias, come here. He crawls over, sits beside me, and his head finds my shoulder the way it used to when he was small. You're not a lantern, I whisper. You're a cartographer. You're mapping the route through hell, and I'm just baggage you're kind enough to bring along. You're not baggage. No, I'm worse. I'm a reminder that this is your future, too. 25 years old, knees turning to gravel, unable to run when the next storm comes. He's quiet for a long time, then, Mom? Yeah? If we make it to Eden Grid, if the reactor can really generate clean power, maybe we can figure out how to stop the calcification. Maybe there's a treatment, something that reverses the damage. Hope, the stupid, stubborn kind that gets lives risked. I don't tell him it's impossible. Don't tell him that radiological damage is permanent, that calcification doesn't reverse, that we're both on borrowed time. I just hold him while the storm finishes passing and Calandrino packs up our gear and my knees throb in time with my heartbeat. Outside, the ridge is scored clean by glass fiber. Everything exposed is polished smooth, reflective, like the world got sandblasted back to shine. And somewhere in the debris field, the rotten start moving again, resuming their shambling hunt, frozen paws forgotten. We rest for 6 hours. Then Elias loops the harness back over his shoulders and starts pulling. I watch his back and wonder how long until he starts to resent the weight. Chapter 5. The Laughing Gas Mask. The carnival died mid-performance. We find it 3 days past the arthritis line. Cluster of rusted rides and collapsed tents, frozen in time like someone hit pause on the world. The Ferris wheel's still standing, sort of. Tilted 40 degrees, cars hanging like rotten fruit. We should go around, I say from the sled. Calandrino checks his map. Adds 6 hours, and there's a water source inside. Funhouse fountain, chlorinated, sealed system. Chlorine doesn't eliminate spores. No, but it slows their growth, and we're down to half a canteen. Elias hasn't said much since the storm. Just pulls the sled, stops when Calandrino says stop, moves when told to move. The bruises on his shoulders have turned yellow-green. They'll be permanent soon. Scar tissue where the rope cuts deepest. We go through, he says. No inflection. Statement of fact, so we go through. The carnival entrance is a clown mouth. 6 meters tall, fiberglass teeth, eyes that used to light up. Now it's just a doorway into darkness. Calandrino produces a chemical stick. Red light barely reaches 5 meters. Stay close, he says, and quiet. We enter through the throat. Inside smells wrong. Not decay, that's expected. Something else. Sweet. Artificial, like the carnival never really died, just stopped breathing. The midway is a nightmare of frozen motion. Games booth with stuffed animals still hanging, moth-eaten, faces half gone. Dart game where the balloons have deflated into wrinkled skin. Ring-toss clown heads with eyes that follow movement. Wait, I blink. Look again. The eyes don't move. Here, Calandrino says. He's found the funhouse. Mirror maze, entrance framed by a painted jester. One side of its face is laughing. Other side is screaming. Fountains inside? Elias asks. According to the pre-collapse layout, center of the maze around the 5th turn. You memorized carnival architecture? I memorized everything. Never know what's useful. The funhouse swallows us. Mirrors everywhere. Not all intact. Some shattered, some clouded, some warped by heat or age. Our reflections multiply and distort. Calandrino becomes 3 people. I become none. Elias becomes... He stops. What? I ask. Nothing. But he's staring at a mirror that makes him look stretched, taller, older, like looking at himself in 7 years when the arthritis starts. We navigate by trial and error. Left turn, dead end. Back, try right, another dead end. The mirrors make everything recursive. Can't tell which passages we've tried, which are new. My knees throb in the sled. The pain's duller now, manageable, but the swelling hasn't gone down. Won't, probably, until we're past the equator, if we make it that far. Found something, Calandrino says. Not the fountain, something else. A rotten, but not. It's standing in a mirror junction, perfectly still, wearing a mascot head purple dinosaur, the kind they used to give away at fast food places. Someone put it on the rotten's head, and now it's just standing there, frozen, like a piece of installation art. Elias stares at it. Then, and I can't believe what I'm seeing, he laughs. Not a chuckle. A real laugh, the kind I haven't heard from him in years. What? Calandrino asks. It's... Elias tries to explain, fails, just gestures at the rotten in its purple dinosaur head. It's absurd. It's the most absurd thing I've ever seen. And it is. There's something about the juxtaposition, fungal horror wearing children's entertainment mascot, that breaks the brain's pattern recognition. It's not scary. It's not sad. It's just funny. I laugh too. Can't help it. The sound bubbles up from somewhere deep, somewhere I thought had dried out years ago. Calandrino doesn't laugh, just watches us like we've both gone insane. Maybe we have. Elias is still laughing. He walks closer to the rotten, tilts his head to match its angle. The dinosaur head gives the rotten this goofy, lopsided expression. Hey there, buddy, Elias says to it. Having a good day? The rotten doesn't respond. They never do. Yeah, me neither, Elias continues. He reaches out, carefully, not touching, and adjusts the mascot head so it's straight. There. Better. The rotten stays frozen. Elias steps back, and then he does something I don't expect. He pushes it. Just a light shove. Enough to make it stumble. The rotten lurches forward, mascot head tilting, walks straight into a mirror, bounces off, turns, walks into another mirror, bounces again. Elias is laughing so hard he has to lean against the wall, tears streaming down his face. Not sad tears, actual joy tears. I'm laughing too. Watching this dead thing stumble around like a drunk partygoer, purple dinosaur head making it look ridiculous instead of terrifying. Even Calandrino cracks a smile. Okay, that's pretty funny. The rotten stumbles into a third mirror. This one's cracked, spiderweb pattern that distorts its reflection into fragments. Dinosaur head, but multiplied. Dozen purple dinosaurs, all watching us at once. The laughter dies. Something about seeing it multiplied like that, repeated, endless, fractal, makes it wrong again. Not funny, not absurd, just wrong. Elias's smile fades. He looks at his hands like they betrayed him, like laughing at a rotten is crossing some line he can't uncross. We should find the fountain, he says quietly. We keep moving. The mirrors get worse. Some show us correctly, some stretch us, some show us upside down. One shows us as rotten, faces gaunt, eyes crystallized, mouth slack. That one we all avoid looking at. We find the fountain at the maze center. It's a clown face. Water spouts from its mouth, eyes, nose. The pool below is still chlorinated. I can smell it. Strong enough to make my eyes water. Calandrino tastes it first, spits. High concentration, but not toxic. We can filter it. He starts setting up the purification rig. Elias helps. I watch from the sled, useless as always. My stomach chooses that moment to rebel. The nausea hits fast. I lean over the sled edge, vomit onto mirrors. Bile and whatever we ate yesterday. Can't even remember what that was. Mom? Elias is there, hand on my back. I'm fine. You're not fine. Just the chlorine smell makes me nauseous. But that's not why I'm vomiting. I know why. It's the laughter. My body's rejecting it. Guilt manifesting as physical rejection because I laughed at a rotten. I laughed in a world where laughter is forbidden. I laughed while my son watches me decay. I vomit again. Harder. Until there's nothing left but dry heaves. Elias doesn't say anything, just holds my hair back, rubs circles on my spine, like the way I used to do for him when he was sick as a child. Role reversal complete. When I finally stop, Calandrino hands me filtered water. I rinse my mouth, spit into the mirrors. My reflection stares back, pale, hollow-eyed, ashamed. "We should rest here," Calandrino says. "Let the water filter properly. Maybe 6 hours." "No," Elias says. "We keep moving." "Kid, I know what my mom just did, and I know why. And we're not staying here." He's right. This place, the mirrors, the laughter, the guilt, it's poisonous. We need to leave before it infects deeper. We pack up. Calandrino tops off the canteens. Elias takes the harness again, wincing when the rope touches his bruised shoulders. We navigate back through the maze, past the purple dinosaur rotten. It's still stumbling between mirrors, trapped in its own recursive hell. Elias doesn't look at it. We exit through the clown mouth. Daylight, if you can call the gray, overcast daylight, hits like a slap. The carnival spreads out behind us, frozen and dead, and somehow still performing. "Hey," I say. Elias stops walking, doesn't turn around. "It's okay that we laughed." "No, it's not." "Yes, it is. Laughter doesn't make us monsters. Doesn't make us human either." He starts walking again. Pulls the sled. His shoulders are bleeding through his shirt now, the bruises split open from the rope friction. Behind us, in the funhouse mirrors, I imagine I see the purple dinosaur rotten, still stumbling, still bouncing off reflections, still trapped in a joke it doesn't understand. And the worst part, the absolute worst part, is that I want to go back, want to watch it stumble again, want to laugh until I vomit, want to feel something other than the grinding in my knees and the weight of inevitability. But Elias is pulling, and Calandrino is navigating, and I'm cargo again, so I just watch the carnival disappear behind us and try to remember what laughter used to mean before the world ended. We make camp 2 clicks past the carnival. Calandrino sets up the perimeter. Elias tends to his shoulders, wraps them with strips of emergency blanket, makeshift bandages. I don't offer to help. We both know I just make it worse. "Get some sleep," Calandrino says. "I'll take first watch." Elias lies down without argument. Exhaustion takes him in seconds. I can't sleep. My knees won't let me. So I just lie there on the sled, staring at the gray sky, thinking about purple dinosaurs and forbidden laughter and the way Elias's smile looked before guilt destroyed it. Somewhere in the distance I hear singing. Pre-collapse jingle, carried on the wind. I'm a Toys R Us kid. Feral children, getting closer. Calandrino hears it too. Readies his weapon. The singing gets louder, then stops abruptly. We wait. 5 minutes. 10. Nothing. "They're not attacking," Calandrino whispers. "No, just announcing themselves, letting us know they're here." Why? Because they want us to know we're not alone. The gray sky darkens toward night. Elias sleeps, the ferals sing, and I lie in my sled thinking about laughter and guilt and the way a purple dinosaur head can make horror into comedy and comedy into something worse than either. Tomorrow, we'll keep moving. Elias will pull. I'll be cargo. Calandrino will navigate. And somewhere behind us, the carnival will keep performing for an audience of rotten and mirrors and ghosts. But tonight, in the dark, I let myself remember what Elias's laugh sounded like. And I pretend I don't feel guilty for wanting to hear it again. Chapter 6. Sulfur Eucharist. The kindergarten's geothermal vents keep it at 18 degrees. Perfect temperature for sulfur extraction. Also perfect temperature for blind rotten who navigate by body heat. "This is a terrible idea," I say from the sled. "Noted," Calandrino replies. He's checking his equipment. Brass filament tester, sample tubes, the kind of precision instruments that shouldn't exist anymore. But we need sulfur for the bulb's gas fill, and this is the only accessible source within 200 clicks. "Why sulfur?" Elias asks. "Keeps the tungsten filament from oxidizing. Without it, the bulb dies in about 3 hours." Calandrino taps the glass. This one's already running low, hence, kindergarten raid. The building hunches at the bottom of a geothermal valley. Concrete block structure, windows intact, pre-collapse educational posters still visible through the glass. Alphabet, numbers, that cursed sun with the smiling face. We left it everywhere, made children worship a thing that would eventually blind them. How many inside? Elias asks. Thermal scans showed 12 signatures. Could be survivors, could be rotten, could be both. Great. We approach from downwind. Calandrino leads, Elias pulls the sled. I try not to make noise when the runners scrape over gravel. The kindergarten entrance is propped open. No lock, no barricade. Either cleaned out long ago or currently occupied. We enter. The lobby smells like ozone and wet concrete. Geothermal steam hisses from floor vents, creating patches of warm mist. Visibility maybe 3 meters. Perfect ambush conditions. Calandrino holds up a fist. We freeze. He points at the floor, wet footprints. Small, children-sized, leading deeper into the building. Ferals, Elias whispers, or survivors. Either way, they were here recently. We follow the prints. They lead to a classroom labeled Mrs. Henderson's Kindergarten. Doors ajar. Inside, the walls are covered in finger paintings. All suns. Dozens of them. Yellow circles with radiating lines. Smiling faces. Some labeled in crayon. The sun is warm. The sun makes plants grow. I love the sun. Cultural suicide. Written in wax and optimism. Sulfur's in the science corner, Calandrino says. He's checking a pre-collapse supply manifest. They did those egg painting experiments. Sulfur granules mixed with vinegar for realistic smell should still be viable if the seal held. The science corner is a chaos of overturned beakers and shattered glass. But there on the back shelf, a plastic container labeled Caution Sulfur. Elias reaches for it. Something moves in the mist. We freeze. The shape resolves slowly, human-sized, standing perfectly still, breathing. I can hear it. Shallow, rhythmic, not rotten breathing. Not quite alive either. Back up, Calandrino whispers. Too late. The shape moves forward, steps into clearer air, blind rotten, eyes gone white with fungal overgrowth, but it's not shambling, it's standing, listening. We don't move, don't breathe. The blind ones navigate by breath heat, exhale too close, and they zero in. The rotten tilts its head, testing the air. Its mouth hangs open, tongue gray with spore colonization. Elias's hand is still extended toward the sulfur container. The rotten turns toward him. I watch my son freeze, watch him calculate the distance, 2 meters to the container, 3 meters to the door, blind rotten between him and safety. He pulls his hand back. Slowly. Millimeter by millimeter. The rotten's head tracks the movement, not by sight, by heat. Elias's palm leaving the air, creating a temperature vacuum. The rotten steps closer. Calandrino has his knife out. But discarding makes sound, and sound in this building, echoing off concrete amplified by vents, would announce us to every rotten inside. Elias does something smarter. He exhales, not toward the rotten, toward the geothermal vent to his left. The warm air from his lungs mixes with the steam, creating a heat signature. The rotten's head swivels, tracks the heat plume instead of Elias. It moves toward the vent, stands over it, basking in the warmth like a cat in sunlight. Elias grabs the sulfur container. Careful, quiet, backs toward the door while the rotten stands oblivious. We make it to the hallway, keep moving. The blind one doesn't follow. Good thinking, Calandrino says. Elias doesn't respond. He's staring at something on the wall. Another finger painting. This one's different. Not a son, a family. Stick figures holding hands, mother, father, 2 children, labeled in careful letters, my family. He reaches out, touches it. His fingers come away with crayon residue. Elias, I say quietly, we need to go. They made art, he says. These kids, they were learning about sulfur and painting suns and making art, and now they're gone and we're stealing their science supplies. We're surviving. On the backs of dead children. That's what survival is. He looks at me. Really looks at me. Is that what you want me to become? Someone who raids kindergartens and calls it practicality? I want you to live long enough to paint your own pictures. With what? Salvaged crayons and stolen hope? The argument dies because something else is moving in the building. Multiple somethings. Heavy footsteps. Coordinated. Not rotten. Ferals, Calandrino hisses. We move. Fast now, stealth abandoned for speed. Through hallways covered in educational posters, ABCs, multiplication tables, you are special affirmations. The footsteps are getting closer. I hear clicking. Communication clicks, not rotten clicks. Feral children using their coded language. We hit the lobby. The exit's 20 meters away. The ferals appear behind us. 5 of them. Maybe 10 years old, maybe younger, hard to tell with the hunched postures and grime. They're not attacking, just watching, evaluating. Then the smallest one points at Elias, at the sulfur container in his hand. Sulfur is an element, she sings. Pre-collapse education song. Number 16 on the chart. The others join in. Smells like rotten eggs. It's not threatening, it's just singing, remembering, performing learned behavior without understanding context. Elias stares at them. Then, slowly, he sets down the sulfur container. What are you doing? Calandrino hisses. Giving it back. We need that. They're children. They're not children anymore. But Elias is already backing toward the door, hands up, empty, making himself smaller. Non-threatening, the ferals watch. The smallest one approaches the container, picks it up, hugs it to her chest like a teddy bear. Thank you, sings. She sings. Then, to the others. It's time to say goodbye. They disappear into the mist, gone as suddenly as they appeared. We exit fast, hit the valley perimeter, keep moving until the kindergarten is a quarter click behind us. You just gave away our sulfur, Calandrino says. I know. The bulb will die without it. I know. So what now? Elias doesn't answer. He's holding something. I didn't see him take it. A finger painting. The family one. Folded carefully, tucked inside his shirt next to the bulb. Stolen innocence next to stolen fire. I want to tell him it's okay. Want to say taking the painting doesn't make him a monster. But I look at his face, at the way guilt's carved lines around his eyes, and I know he wouldn't believe me. We make camp in a collapsed observatory. The dome's partially intact, creating a shelter from wind. Calandrino builds a small fire using pre-collapsed star charts as kindling. Symbolic, maybe. Burning maps of light we'll never see again. Elias sits apart from us. Doesn't eat. Just stares at the painting in his hands. He's taking it hard, Calandrino says. He's 18. Everything's hard. The sulfur, we can make do without it. I've got a backup compound that'll buy us maybe 12 hours of bulb life, enough to reach Eden Grid. And if it's not? He doesn't answer. I drag myself off the sled. My knees scream, but I force them to bend. Crawl over to where Elias sits. Hey, he doesn't look up. You did the right thing, giving back the sulfur. Did I? Or did I just sentence us to death because I couldn't steal from children? They're not children anymore. You said it yourself. That doesn't make it better. I sit beside him. My knees throb, but I ignore them. When you were 6, you stole a now, muscle-tearing effort. The rope inches up. The alphas regroup below. They're not attacking anymore, just watching, calculating, learning. We reach 40 meters, 50. The alphas don't follow past the halfway point, just return to their ledges, resume their stones, still watching. Territory boundary, Calandrino pants. They don't hunt above 60 meters. We keep climbing. The rest of the ascent is silence and effort. My knees are useless, completely locked now, dead weight. Elias hauls himself up hand over hand while Calandrino manages the pulley. By the time we reach the top, both of them are bleeding from rope burns. The cliff top is flat obsidian, worn smooth by wind. The graffiti's here too, more of it. Names carved everywhere. People who stood here before the collapse, before the lights went out. Memorial wall, Calandrino says. He's catching his breath, checking rope burns. Last place protesters gathered before Eden Grid went operational. Elias is reading names, hundreds of them, some with dates, some with messages. Sarah Chen, I fought for darkness. Marcus White, they called us cowards. Jennifer Oakes, the sun should stay in the sky. He stops at one name, traces the letters with his finger. Daniel Morrow, for my unborn son. I go cold. That's Dad, Elias says. His voice is empty, shock flat. He was here. He protested. Calandrino's examining the date. 4 months before the scram, he was part of the anti-grid movement. He worked at the grid. I'm off the sled now, crawling over obsidian because standing is impossible. He helped design the cooling systems. Why would he? Because he knew, Elias says. He's still staring at his father's name. He knew it would fail, and he carved his name here as a warning. Or as an apology, I say quietly. For what? For bringing you into a world he knew would end. The words hang between us. Elias touches the carved letters one more time, then pulls away like they burned him. Calandrino, he says. Voice controlled. Too controlled. I need you to make me a promise. Kid. No. Listen, if we get to Eden Grid and the reactor's operational, and we have the option to bring it back online, he looks at me. If doing that will hurt my mom, trigger bloom, accelerate calcification, whatever, you smash the bulb. Immediately. No debate. Elias, I start. You don't get a vote. This is between me and him. Calandrino looks at me. I look at my son. At the determination in his eyes that's really just fear wearing a different face. You're asking me to destroy the only working light source within 600 kilometers, Calandrino says. I'm asking you to choose my mother over your mission. Those aren't mutually. Yes, they are. And I need to know which one you'll pick. The wind picks up, carries sound from the valley below, rotten wheeze breathing, feral singing, the eternal chorus of a world that forgot how to be quiet. Calandrino pulls a small hammer from his pack, sets it on the ground between us. If it comes to that, he says slowly, I'll smash the bulb. You have my word. Swear it. I just did. No, swear it on something that matters to you. Calandrino's quiet for a long moment. Then, I swear on Eden Grid itself, on 6 years of navigation and every tongue burn I endured to get here. If the light endangers your mother, I'll destroy it. Elias nods once. Satisfied. I want to scream. Want to tell him he's making a mistake, that my life isn't worth the future of human civilization, that I'm already dying anyway. But I don't, because I hear what he's really saying. He's saying, you're more important than hope. And I don't know if that's love or cowardice or both. We need to repel the other side, Calandrino says. He's already setting up the descent system. 2 hours, we'll be at the bottom. 3 hours after that, we hit the approach corridor. Elias helps with the rigging. Neither of them looks at me. I crawl back to the sled. My knees are worse than useless now. They're obstacles. Dead joints attached to a dying body, dragging down everyone around them. The hammer sits on the obsidian between them. Chekhov's hammer. Loaded promise. I know, absolutely know, that at some point someone's going to use it. And I don't know if I want it to be Calandrino or Elias. The descent is faster than the ascent. We're over the edge in minutes, dropping into shadow. The cliff face here is different. Smooth carved, not natural formation. Man-made. Or cut by something that used to be man. Halfway down I see them. Caves, dozens of them. Honeycomb pattern carved into the obsidian, and in each one an alpha. Stone still, watching. They don't attack, just watch us descend through their territory like we're exhibits in some museum of the dying. Don't look at them, Calandrino says. Eyes on creates heat signature they can track. Too late. I've already made eye contact with 3. Their empty sockets follow me down. Tracking, remembering. We reach the bottom. The jungle here is thicker, canopy so dense it's twilight even at midday. The air tastes different, metallic, electrical. We're close, Calandrino says. Grid's within 5 clicks. I can taste the reactor signature. Elias isn't looking at him. He's looking back up at the cliff, at the graffiti wall, at his father's name carved into stone like a gravestone. Did he know? Elias asks. When he carved that, did he know what would happen? Probably, I say. Your father was good at predicting disasters, just not good at preventing them. Why'd he work there if he knew it would fail? Because someone had to, and because he believed, my voice cracks, he believed that even if we fail, trying matters. Does it? I don't have an answer. We set up camp at the cliff base. Calandrino takes first watch, Elias second. Me last, though watch is generous when I can't stand. During Elias's watch, I stay awake, listen to him move around camp, checking perimeter, adjusting the sled straps he knows will cut into his shoulders tomorrow. Elias, I say quietly. Yeah? About the oath. The bulb. You can't? Yes, I can. The grid could save thousands. I don't care about thousands. I care about you. That's selfish. Yeah. He sits beside the sled. It is. And I'm done pretending I'm not selfish. We sit in darkness. The jungle breathes around us. Your father would hate this, eh? Say, Dad's dead. He doesn't get a vote. He died trying to fix the grid, trying to make light safe again. And it ended him, so maybe his priorities were wrong. Dak, the words are cruel and true, and I don't know how to argue with them. Above us, on the cliff face, the alphas watch, stone still, patient, waiting for us to make a mistake. Everyone's always waiting. Get some sleep, Elias says. We've got a long day tomorrow. You too. Will, just need to check something first. He walks to the edge of camp. I watch his silhouette against the fungal glow, watch him kneel, extend his tongue, taste the ground, learning Calandrino's tricks, becoming a cartographer, preparing for a future where I'm not around to navigate. The thought should comfort me. It doesn't. I close my eyes and pretend to sleep while my son maps the path forward and the alphas watch from their caves, and the hammer sits in Calandrino's pack, waiting for its moment. Because in this world, everything's just waiting. Waiting for the light to return. Waiting for it to burn us all away. Waiting for someone to finally pick up the hammer and smash the last bulb before hope destroys us completely. Chapter 10, The Point of No Return. The rope bridge is held together with prayer and optimism, neither of which I trust. Built pre-collapse, Calandrino says. He's testing the anchor cables, rusted, frayed, probably 30 years old. Maintenance crew used it to access the grid from the northern approach. Should hold. Should, I ask from the sled. Will, probably. The bridge spans the jungle canyon, maybe 200 meters across, 80 meters down. Below, in the darkness, something breathes. Wet sound. Organic. Spore raptors, Calandrino calls them. Fungal growths that learn to hunt. They nest in the canyon depths, waiting for things to fall. We go one at a time, Calandrino says. Lightest first, so if the bridge fails, when, I correct. If the bridge fails, the survivor can rethink strategy. And if we all make it, then we're on the grid approach, and this whole nightmare is almost over. Elias is staring at the bridge, at the way it sways in the wind, gentle pendulum motion that makes my stomach flip just watching. I'll go first, he says. Kid, you're hauling the sled. You should go last. I'll go first. Something in his voice stops the argument. Calandrino and I exchange looks. Then Calandrino shrugs. Your funeral. Elias unclips the sled harness. For the first time in days, his shoulders are free. He rolls them, wincing. The bruises have gone from purple to greenish yellow. Permanent now. Scar tissue forming over constantly re-traumatized flesh. He steps onto the bridge. The ropes creak. The wood planks, what's left of them, groan. But it holds. He takes another step. Another. Moves with careful deliberation, testing each plank before committing weight. 10 meters out, the bridge starts swaying. 15 meters, the motion increases. By 20 meters, he's gripping the rope rails, balancing against the oscillation. Below in the canyon, the breathing sound intensifies. Don't look down, Calandrino calls. Elias looks down. Smart kid. Stupid instinct. The spore raptors are visible now, shapes in the darkness, bioluminescent, moving with coordinated purpose. They're tracking Elias's shadow, waiting for him to fall. He doesn't fall. Makes it to the midpoint. Pauses. Looks back at us. Your turn, he yells. Sled first. Calandrino's already rigging the pulley system. We drag it across, then walk. I want to argue. Want to say the sled should go last, that I'm expendable cargo. But my knees are locked and my voice doesn't work, and Calandrino's already clipping me to the line. Hold on, he says. He starts pulling. The sled lurches onto the bridge. Wood planks crack. The whole structure shudders. Below, the spore raptors surge upward, sensing movement. Calandrino pulls hand over hand. The sled scrapes across planks, metal on wood, loud enough to wake everything in the canyon. My knees throb with each impact. The pain's gone from grinding to electric, nerve damage probably. Another system failing. We're halfway across when I hear it. Snap. Not the bridge. My knee, the joint doesn't just lock, it dislocates. Kneecap sliding sideways, femur and tibia separating. I scream. Can't help it. The pain whites out my vision. I'm sliding in the sled, balance gone, dead weight shifting wrong. The bridge tilts. Mom. Elias is running back. Stupid, suicidal, completely wrong thing to do. Hold on. Stop. I try to yell, but it comes out as a whimper. The bridge is swaying now. Not gentle pendulum. Violent oscillation. Every step Elias takes increases the amplitude. Calandrino's still pulling the sled, but the angle's wrong now. The rope's cutting against the rail, fraying with every meter. Elias, stay there. Calandrino yells. Don't. Elias reaches me, grabs the sled edge, tries to stabilize. The bridge snaps. Not the whole thing, just the south anchor cable. But it's enough. The entire structure lurches sideways, tilting 45 degrees. Planks fall away, tumbling into darkness. The spore raptors below shriek, anticipation sound, hunger. I'm sliding out of the sled. Elias grabs me, one hand on my jacket, other hand on the sled frame. His fingers are white-knuckled, tendons standing out like wires. I've got you, he says. Let go. No, Elias, you can't hold both. Shut up. He's right. He can't hold both. The sled's maybe 40 kilos, I'm 50. Add his own weight, and he's supporting 130 on a fraying rope bridge that's already breaking. The math's simple. Drop the sled, drop me, or hold both and we all fall. The bulb, Calandrino yells. He's still on the safe side, can't reach us. In the sled! The bulb! Elias looks at me, looks at the sled. At the pack strapped to the frame where the bulb sits wrapped in cloth, glowing, faintly amber. The thing we've been chasing for 600 kilometers. The literal embodiment of hope and future and light. Give it to her, Calandrino says. Put it in her pocket, then drop the sled. Elias's face contorts, not from exertion, from decision, from having to choose between mother and mission, between love and survival. His hand releases the sled frame. Don't, for the pack, I say. Mom, I mean it. Don't. I'm not letting you fall. You're not. You're letting the sled fall. There's a difference. Not to me. He's got the bulb now, unwrapped it one-handed while holding my weight with the other. The glass catches canyon light, throws amber reflections across the bridge. Beautiful, deadly, necessary. He shoves it into my jacket pocket, then he lets go of the sled. It falls. Metal frame tumbling, supplies spilling, peachkin clattering out, that stupid dented can I've been carrying since the cargo plane. It tumbles end over end, catching light like a tiny sun. The spore raptors converge on it. Shred metal, scatter supplies. Within seconds, there's nothing left but debris. The bridge stabilizes. Slightly. Enough that Elias can haul me toward the far side while Calandrino pulls from his end. We collapse on solid ground. Elias is shaking, not from fear, from adrenaline crash. His hands won't stop trembling. The bulb in my pocket digs into my ribs. Warm, glowing. Alive. You idiot, I say. Probably. You should have let me fall. No, I shouldn't. The mission. Fuck the mission. He's crying now. Not quiet tears, full sobs. I don't care about the grid or the bulb or civilization. I care about you. Behind us, the bridge groans. The remaining cables are fraying. By tomorrow, the whole structure will collapse. No going back. Calandrino's checking his map. We're on the approach corridor now. Eden Grid's 3 clicks straight ahead. And if we need to retreat, I ask. We don't retreat. Bridge is gone. Forward's the only option. Elias wipes his face, stands. His legs are shaking, but they hold him. Then we go forward. He bends to pick me up. His shoulders scream. I can see the bruises reopening, blood seeping through his shirt. I can crawl, I say. No. Elias. No. He lifts me. Princess Carrie had it like I weigh nothing. His arms tremble, but they don't drop me. You carried me for 9 months. I can carry you for 3 kilometers. We walk into the jungle. Calandrino leads. Elias follows, carrying me. Every step is agony for him. I can see it in his face, feel it in the way his arms shake, but he doesn't stop, doesn't ask for help, doesn't set me down even when Calandrino offers to spell him. We walk for an hour. 2. My kneecap's still dislocated. I can feel the bone grinding where it shouldn't be. The pain's constant now. White noise static that I've learned to breathe through. Elias's breathing gets ragged, labored. His pace slows. Rest, I say. No, you're going to collapse. I'll rest when we get there. Where's there? Wherever we stop. The jungle breaks. Suddenly. One step we're under canopy, next step we're in open air. And there it is, Eden Grid. The Fusion Taurus rises from the jungle like a metal god, 300 meters across, 200 meters tall, covered in cooling pipes and thermal venting. The surface glows faintly, residual heat from the core. After 30 years, it's still alive, still humming. I can feel it in my chest. 60 hertz sub-bass, the sound of split atoms and controlled chaos. Holy shit, Elias whispers. Language, I say automatically. He laughs. Broken sound. We made it, Mom. We actually made it. Calandrino's already moving forward, checking for perimeter defenses, mapping entry points. Professional even now. Elias sets me down. Gently. His arms give out the moment I'm on the ground. They just stop working, dead weight. He collapses beside me, breathing hard, staring at the grid. The bulb in my pocket presses against my ribs. Warm reminder of what we lost to get here. Behind us in the canyon, the bridge finishes collapsing. The sound carries, metallic scream, then splash as debris hits water. No retreat. Forward's the only option now. Elias's hand finds mine, squeezes once. We're going to fix you, he says. Whatever's in there, whatever tech they have, we're going to stop the calcification, stop the decay, give you more time. I want to believe him. God, I want to believe him. But I look at the grid, at the humming metal god that unlived the world, and I know the truth. Whatever's inside, it's not salvation. It's just another way to die in the light. Chapter 11. The Grid Choir. The hum hits my sternum before I hear it. 60 hertz. Sub-bass. The kind of frequency you feel in your teeth, your ribs, the hollow of your throat. It's been so long since I felt anything mechanical that my body doesn't know how to process it, just registers it as a second heartbeat, slower and steadier than my own. We're maybe 2 kilometers out when I see them. Rotten. Hundreds of them, standing in the grass like sculptures. I stop walking. Mom collides with my back, her hand finding my shoulder for balance. The bulb in her pocket presses against my spine through both our layers of clothing. Elias. Her voice is barely there. I see them. They're not moving. Not shambling, not hunting, not doing that horrible freeze and lunge thing they do when they catch sound. Just standing. Some of them have been standing so long that vines have grown up their legs. One has a bird's nest in what used to be its hair. The grid rises behind them, massive fusion torus, bigger than any building I've ever seen. Concrete and steel, still intact, still humming that perfect 60 hertz note that's keeping every single rotten in a 2-kilometer radius locked in place. It's beautiful, I say. Mom's hand tightens on my shoulder. It's a cathedral. The way she says it, like she's naming her own execution site. Calandrino moves past us, that brass filament tester swinging from his belt. He tastes the air with his burnt tongue, grimaces, nods to himself. Oklo reactor, natural uranium deposit underneath, been running itself since before humans existed. We just built the torus around it. And the sound? I ask. Pure sine wave, no harmonics, no interference. The fungus can't process it. Hyphae sees up trying to interpret a signal that perfect. He gestures at the frozen rotten. They're not dead, just suspended. The moment we turn off that hum, they wake up. Mom makes a sound in her throat, not quite a laugh. So we're walking into the one place in the world where light doesn't matter, and you're telling me that's temporary. Everything's temporary, Calandrino says. I start walking again. Have to, because if I stand here thinking about what temporary means, I won't move at all. The grass is tall enough to brush my thighs. It occurs to me that grass shouldn't grow this well in the equatorial glass belt, but then I see the cooling pipes, massive conduits running from the grid into the ground, keeping the soil temperature just high enough to prevent spore dormancy, but cool enough that nothing blooms. Engineered survival. Down to the degree. We passed the first rotten up close. Woman, maybe mid-30s when she turned. Her mouth is open mid-scream, but no sound comes out. Her eyes have that flat fungal sheen, like looking into dirty ice. I can see my reflection in them, distorted but there. I keep walking. The statue garden, that's what I start calling it in my head, goes on for what feels like hours. We move in single file. Calandrino leads, then me, then Mom limping behind with her knee making that soft crunch click every third step. The rhythm of it almost matches the grid's hum. Almost. I count the rotten as we pass. Lose track somewhere after 300. Some of them have been here so long their clothes have rotted off. Others look fresh, still have blood under their fingernails, dirt on their shoes. One of them is holding a child's backpack. The zipper's open. I don't look inside. Don't touch them, Calandrino says without turning around. Wasn't planning to. Good. Hi-Fi are still active, just paralyzed. Skin contact would be unpleasant. Mom catches up to me, breathing hard. How unpleasant? You'd be standing here with them by morning. She wraps her arms around herself. The bulb in her pocket catches sunlight, actual sunlight, because we're close enough to the equator that the ash layer is thin, and for a second her whole silhouette glows amber through the fabric. I look away. The grid's getting louder, not in volume. The frequency stays constant, but in presence. It's like walking toward a living thing, something with a pulse and breath and intention. I can feel it in my bones now, that 60 hertz rhythm replacing my heartbeat until I'm not sure which one is mine anymore. Stop, Calandrino says. We stop. Ahead of us, the rotten are arranged in a circle. Perfect geometry. 23 of them, all facing inward, all frozen mid-step, like they'd been about to converge on something. The center of the circle is empty. What were they hunting? I ask. Each other. Calandrino tastes the air again, winces. Happens sometimes. The fungus gets confused when the signal's too pure, sends contradictory commands. They start attacking anything that moves, including themselves. Mom's breathing changes. That shallow, rapid thing she does when she's trying not to panic. So even the grid can't fully control them. Nothing fully controls them. We just negotiate. I step closer to the circle. One of the rotten has its jaw dislocated, hanging at an angle that shouldn't be possible. Another's missing 3 fingers on its right hand. The wounds are old, healed over with that crystalline fungal scab that looks like dirty glass. They were in the middle of it, I say. When the grid kicked on. Probably. And they just stopped. That's what pure frequency does. Interrupts the bloom cycle mid-transmission. I reach toward the nearest one. Man, maybe 40, wearing what used to be a security uniform, and Mom grabs my wrist. Don't. I wasn't going to touch. Don't even get close. Her fingers are cold. The arthritis makes her grip weak, but she's holding on like she's afraid I'll disappear if she lets go. I can feel the bulb pressing into my side where she's leaning against me. We need to keep moving, Calandrino says. Mom doesn't let go. How much farther? Half a kilometer. There's a service entrance on the north side, should still be accessible. Should be. Is. He looks back at us, and for the first time since we met him, something like doubt crosses his face. Probably. Probably. We walk. The statue garden thins out as we get closer to the grid itself. The rotten here are different. Older, more deteriorated. Some of them are just skeletons held together by fungal threads, still locked in that standing position. Others have merged with the ground, roots growing up through their rib cages. How long have they been here? I ask. Years. Since the reactor went active. Calandrino doesn't slow down. Some of them were the engineers who built this place. Tried to run when the collapse started, didn't make it far. Mom's limping worse now. Every step is a visible effort. I slow down, but she waves me forward. Keep pace, she says. I'm fine. She's not fine. Her knee is swelling. I can see it even through her pants. The cold front arthritis is accelerating, calcifying her joints faster than they can recover. We crossed the equatorial line yesterday, and her body's been falling apart ever since. The grid looms above us now. 30 meters of concrete and steel, all of it humming that perfect note. There are windows near the top. Observation deck, maybe, but they're dark. No lights inside, just that constant bass vibration that makes my vision blur at the edges. There, Calandrino says. The service entrance is a metal door set into the concrete. No handle, no keypad, just a smooth surface with a geometric pattern etched into it. Calandrino presses his palm against the pattern and something inside clicks. The door swings open. Inside is darkness, complete, absolute darkness. The hum gets louder. Mom stops at the threshold. Her hand finds mine, squeezes once. If this risks your life, she says, I'm going to be very angry. Noted. Calandrino steps inside. The darkness swallows him. Just gone, like he never existed. I look at Mom. Her face is pale, drawn. The amber light from the bulb in her pocket casts shadows under her eyes. Together, I say. She nods. We step into the Cathedral of Sound, and behind us, in the statue garden, something shifts, just one of them, just barely. A twitch in the hand of the rotten with a dislocated jaw. The door closes. The darkness is total. Chapter 12. Cartilage Lantern. The floor's metal, grating. I can feel it through my shoes, cold, industrial, probably hasn't been maintained in years. The hum from the grid fills everything, but in here it's different. More directional, like it's coming from below us instead of around us. Mom's hand is still in mine. Her palm is sweating. Lights, I say into the dark. No. Calandrino's voice comes from somewhere ahead. Heat signature drones patrol the interior. They're automated, don't distinguish between human and rotten. If they detect body heat above ambient temperature, they purge. Purge. Flamethrowers, mounted on the ceiling. Mom's grip tightens. You're telling me we need to stay cold. Below 18 Celsius, yes, that's not possible. It's necessary. Something rustles, fabric against metal. There are thermal blankets in the supply cache near the core, aluminized mylar. They'll mask your signature until we can reach the control room. I can't see anything, not even shapes. The darkness is so complete it feels physical, like I'm breathing it in. How far? I ask. 200 meters. Follow my voice. We start walking. Mom's hand slips from mine, needs both arms for balance. Her knee makes that crunch click with every step, louder in the enclosed space. The sound echoes off metal walls, multiplies, comes back at us from 6 different directions. Stop moving, Calandrino says. We stop. Above us something whirs. Mechanical. Precise. A servo motor adjusting position. Drone, I whisper. Yes, stay still. The whirring gets louder. Closer. I can hear it tracking, small adjustments back and forth, searching for heat. My body wants to run. Every instinct screaming at me to move, hide, do something. But I hold still. Mom's breathing next to me, fast and shallow. The kind of breathing that generates heat. The whirring stops. Silence, just the grid's hum and Mom's breath and my heartbeat in my ears. Then the servo motor engages again, moving away. The whirring fades down a corridor to our left. Move, Calandrino says. Quickly. We move. Mom's knee gives out on the 3rd step, just buckles, drops her onto the grating. The sound is massive in the enclosed space. Metal on metal, sharp and bright, and absolutely unmistakable. Above us, multiple servos engage. Run, Calandrino says. I grab Mom under her arms, haul her up. She's trying to stand, but the knee won't lock, won't take weight. I can feel the joint grinding against itself, bone on bone, the cartilage destroyed. I can't. Hold on. I get her arm over my shoulders, take her weight. She's lighter than she should be. Months of starvation have stripped her down to wire and bone, but she's still Mom, still solid, still real. We start moving, half running, half dragging. The whirring is everywhere now. 3 drones, maybe 4, all converging on our position. Left, Calandrino shouts. There's a cooling duct 30 meters ahead. Too narrow for drones. I can't see 30 meters, can't see 30 centimeters. Just moving blind, following his voice, Mom's weight pulling me sideways with every step. Her knee pops, not the normal crunch click, something worse. Wet, wet, final. She screams, chokes it off, but the damage is done. Light blooms behind us, bright and orange and hot, flamethrower. The heat hits my back like a physical thing. Calandrino's screaming something, but I can't hear over the roar. Mom's trying to run, but the knee is gone, completely gone, and I'm carrying her now. Full weight. My shoulders screaming. There! Calandrino's silhouette appears in the flame light, pointing at something I can't see. I run toward him. The duct opens up ahead, circular, maybe a meter wide, set low in the wall. Calandrino drops into it, disappears. I lower Mom down. She slides in feet first, crying out when the knee bends. I follow, dropping into darkness just as another flamethrower ignites where we'd been standing. The duct slopes downward. Steep. We're sliding now, all three of us, metal sheeting smooth under our clothes. The grid's hum gets louder, deeper. I can feel it in my teeth. We slide for maybe 30 seconds before the duct levels out and dumps us onto a concrete floor. I land on my shoulder. Mom lands on her side. The sound she makes is animal. Don't move, Calandrino says. We're in a cold zone, 17 Celsius. Drones won't follow. I crawl to Mom. Can't see her, but I can hear her breathing, ragged, pained. I find her knee by touch. The joint is wrong. Dislocated, I think. Maybe fractured. The kneecap has shifted 3 centimeters to the left of where it should be. I need light, I say. No, I can't fix this in the dark. You can't fix it in the light either. The drones. I don't care about the drones. Silence. Then Calandrino moves. I hear him rummaging through something. Fabric, plastic, a zipper, light blooms. Tiny, red. Emergency chem stick, snapped and glowing. Barely enough to see by, but enough. Mom's face is gray, sweat beading on her forehead despite the cold. Her knee is swollen to twice its normal size, the kneecap sitting at an angle that makes my stomach flip. I need to reset it, I say. No, if I don't, you won't walk. I'm not walking anyway. Mom, look at it, Elias. She grabs my hand, presses it against the swelling. I can feel fluid under the skin. Heat. Infection, probably, or just inflammation so severe it might as well be infection. That's not a joint anymore. That's cartilage soup. I can reset it. For how long? An hour a day. She's crying now, silent tears cutting tracks through the dust on her face. I'm breaking down, Eli. I have been for months. This is just faster. Calandrino appears at my shoulder. We need to keep moving. She can't walk. Then carry her. I look at him. In the red light, his albino features look demonic. For 200 meters? If necessary. Mom laughs. Sharp, bitter. You're both idiots. Just leave me here. No. I'll slow you down. I'll get your life risked. I don't care. Well, I do. She tries to sit up. Fails. I care about you getting to that control room and figuring out how to make this work. I care about you not dying for me. I care about... Her voice breaks. She turns away, but not before I see her face, the fear there. Raw and honest and absolutely certain. She thinks this is it. Thinks we're going to leave her here in the dark to die. I take off my jacket, spread it on the floor next to her. What are you doing? She asks. Making a sled. A what? I don't answer. Just start positioning her onto the jacket, trying to keep the knee straight. She fights me, weakly, but she fights, and I have to pin her arms. Stop, I say. Just stop. She stops. I get her positioned, fold the jacket around her legs, tie the sleeves together to make a handle. This is insane, Calandrino says. Probably. You can't drag her all the way to the control room. Watch me. I grab the handle. Test it. The jacket holds. Mom's staring up at me. In the red light, her eyes look black. Eli, please. You're the broken lantern I have to carry, I say. Fine, I'll carry you. I start dragging. The jacket slides across the concrete. Rough, but functional. Mom's making small hurt sounds with every pull, but I don't stop, can't stop, because if I stop, I'll think about what I just said, how it sounded coming out of my mouth. Mean, bitter, true. We move through the darkness. Calandrino leads with the chem stick, its red glow barely reaching past his hands. The grid's hum follows us. Constant, relentless. My shoulders start to burn after 20 meters. After 50, they're screaming. I don't stop. Mom has gone quiet behind me. Maybe passed out. Maybe just conserving energy. I don't look back to check. Almost there, Calandrino says. 100 meters. My hands are cramping. The jacket sleeves cutting into my palms. I can feel blisters forming, rupturing, forming again. 70 meters. My shoulders feel like they're pulling out of their sockets. Every step is smaller than the last. The jacket is getting heavier or I'm getting weaker. Hard to tell. 50 meters. Mom makes a sound. Soft might be my name. 30 meters. I can see light ahead. Not red, white, cold and fluorescent. The control room. 20 meters. Almost there. Almost my knee buckles. Just gives out. I go down hard, landing on my hands and knees. The jacket handle slips from my grip. Eli? Mom's voice, weak but present. I'm fine. I lie. I'm not fine. My body's done. Completely done. But I grab the handle again anyway. Pull. The control room door is open. Inside, banks of instruments glow in soft whites and blues. Screens showing reactor status, temperature gauges, pressure readings, all of it alive, all of it humming that perfect 60 hertz note. I drag Mom through the threshold and collapse. Above us, the lights flicker once. The grid adjusts, some automatic response to our presence. The hum shifts just slightly, half a hertz lower. And outside in the statue garden, the rotten begin to wake. Chapter 13. The Spore Choir. The control room smells like ozone and old plastic. Mom's lying on the jacket sled where I left her, breathing steady now. Unconscious or sleeping, can't tell which. Her knee is the size of a grapefruit. Calandrino's at one of the consoles, fingers moving across keys that still work despite a decade of neglect. The screens flicker as he navigates through menus older than the collapse. I'm sitting against the wall, trying to remember how to breathe like a human instead of a dying animal. Water, I say. He doesn't look up. Cabinet behind you, blue containers. I find them. Military spec water pouches, sterile sealed. I drink 2 before my hands stop shaking enough to open a third. Bring it to Mom. Dribble some into her mouth. She swallows reflexively but doesn't wake. How long? I ask. Until what? Until we can power it up. Calandrino stops typing, stares at the screen like it just told him something he didn't want to hear. Define power it up. Make it work. The grid. Light type the whole point of being here. Ah, he turns to face me. In the console glow, his albino features look almost translucent. That depends on what you mean by work. I mean, can we turn the lights on without discarding everyone? No. The word lands flat. Final. Explain, I say. He pulls something from his pocket. Metal device handheld with a small screen and what looks like a sensor array on one end. Looks expensive. Looks maintained. Spectrometer, he says, measures light wavelength, intensity, biological reactivity. He points it at me. The screen lights up. Numbers cascade across it, red and angry. You know what I'm seeing? My charming personality? Photoreactive spores. In your blood. Dormant right now because you've spent most of your life in darkness. But the moment you're exposed to continuous light above 0.1 lux, he gestures at the numbers. 6 months. That's how long until they bloom. My stomach drops. 6 months until what? Until the spores replace your vascular system with fungal tissue, until you become like them. He points toward the door, toward the statue garden outside. Rotten. That's not. I stop. Look at the numbers. They're not lying. Everyone has this? Everyone born after the collapse. Your generation. He pockets the spectrometer. We call you Twilight, born in the dark, can only survive in the dark. The light that everyone's trying to bring back, it's poison for you. I look at Mom. Still unconscious, still breathing. Does she know? I ask. I told her 3 days ago before we crossed the glass highway, and she didn't tell me. Would you have kept walking if she had? Good question. Honest answer? I don't know. I stand up. My legs threaten to give out, but I force them steady. So we came all this way for nothing. Not nothing. We came to find out if the grid can be calibrated. He turns back to the console, pulls up a different screen. This one's a spectrum analysis, visible light broken into wavelengths, each one labeled with threshold values. The spores react to specific frequencies, 450 to 500 nanometers blue light. That's what triggers bloom. But other wavelengths. He highlights a narrow band in the amber range. These might be safe. Lower intensity, longer exposure time before activation. Might be. Might be, he agrees. I need to test it. Test it how? He doesn't answer, just looks at me with those translucent eyes. No, I say. It's the only way. Find another way. There isn't one. I need living tissue with active spores. I need to expose it to controlled light and measure the response. You need me to volunteer to maybe die. I need you to help me find out if civilization has a future. Mom makes a sound, small, hurt. Her hand moves, reaching for something that isn't there. She made me promise, Calandrino says quietly, before we left the glass highway. Made me swear that if the grid endangered you, I'd shut it down. And you're telling me this now because I'm not going to shut it down. He straightens. Because utility is the highest morality. Because 10 billion people died to get us here, and I'm not throwing that away to spare one 18-year-old's feelings. I want to hit him, want to take one of those water containers and break it across his skull, want to scream. Instead I say, "Where's the algae?" He blinks. What? You said you need antifungal algae from the cooling pond. I saw it in your notes. I gesture at the console. Where is it? Outside, North Retention Pond. But the drones, I'll deal with the drones. You can't even stand. I'll deal with the drones, I repeat. We stare at each other. Two people who want different things from the same machine. Finally, he nods. Thermal blanket in the storage locker. Aluminized mylar. It'll mask your heat signature for maybe 20 minutes. After that, the drones will burn through it. Then I have 20 minutes. The cooling pond sits in a crater behind the grid. Concrete basin, maybe 50 meters across, filled with water so clear it looks black. Steam rises from the surface, waste heat from the reactor, keeping the temperature just high enough to prevent the water from freezing. I'm wrapped in the thermal blanket. Looks like someone tried to make a poncho out of aluminum foil. Crinkles with every step. Makes me look like a walking burrito. Calandrino's voice crackles through the emergency radio clipped to my belt. Drones are on standard patrol, 90-second cycle. You have a window between sweeps. Got it. And Elias? Yeah, don't fall in. I approach the pond's edge. The water's surface reflects nothing, just pure black. Below I can see movement, pale shapes drifting in the current, the algae. Bioengineered before the collapse to filter radioactive isotopes. Turns out it's also hostile to fungal spores. Nature's little accident, I need to get some. There's a maintenance ladder bolted to the concrete, rusted but intact. I start climbing down, the thermal blanket tangling around my legs. The water gets closer. Steam wets my face. Somewhere above, a servo whirs. I freeze. The whir continues. Tracking, searching. The drone's looking for heat but can't find it through the blanket. Just sees ambient temperature. Nothing interesting. The whir moves away. I keep climbing. The water's warm, not hot, just warm enough to feel alive. I wade in up to my chest and the algae swirls away from me like it knows I'm there. Green and ghostly in the dark water. I brought a sample container. Military spec, sealed. Submerge it. Wait for algae to drift in. They don't want to. Keep avoiding the opening like they're afraid of being trapped. Come on, I whisper. Above me, multiple servos engage. I look up. 3 drones. Triangulated positions, all of them pointing at the pond. At me, the radio crackles. Elias, get out. Now. The drones fire simultaneously. Flamethrowers. I dive. The water closes over my head. Through it, I can see the surface ignite, orange and red and absolutely wrong. The flames don't penetrate deep. Water's too good an insulator. But the surface is cooking, boiling, and I'm trapped under it with lungs that are already starting to burn. The container. still in my hand, still open. Algae swirl around me. Curious now. Maybe attracted by my carbon dioxide. They drift into the container like they're finally accepting the invitation. I seal it. My lungs are screaming. Vision going dark at the edges. The surface above is still burning. I swim sideways, under the flames, toward the far edge of the pond where the fire hasn't reached. My shoulder hits concrete, the wall. I follow it up, breaking surface in a pocket of cooler air. The drones are regrouping. 90-second cycle. I have maybe 30 seconds before they fire again. I haul myself out of the water. The thermal blanket is gone, burned away or torn off during the dive. I'm exposed. Hot. Visible. The ladder's too far. Above, the servos lock on. I run. Straight line, away from the pond. The container clutched against my chest. Behind me, fire blooms. I feel the heat on my back, but don't stop. There's a service door ahead. Calandrino marked it on my route. 30 meters. 20. The door won't open. I slam into it. Try the handle. Locked. Electronic lock probably. Dead since the collapse. 10 meters behind me, the drones advance. I kick the door. Again. Again. The metal dents but holds. The servos wind up. That high-pitched whine that means they're about to fire. The door opens. Calandrino. Standing in the doorway with an override key. Inside. Now. I dive through. He slams the door behind us. Outside, flames hit metal. The whole door glows red. We're in a corridor. Dark, cold. The grids hum everywhere. I'm shaking. Can't tell if it's cold or shock or both. You got it? Calandrino asks. I hold up the container. Algae swirl inside, glowing faintly in their own bioluminescence. He takes it, holds it up to the emergency light, smiles. Good, he says. Now we can start the real work. Behind us, Mom screams, high and sharp and absolutely certain that something terrible has happened. We run back to the control room. She's awake, sitting up, staring at her hands. Her hands are glowing, faint, amber, like there's light under her skin. The veins visible through the flesh, lit from within. What did you do? She whispers. Calandrino checks the console. The grid's power output has spiked, 10% above baseline. Just a tiny surge, probably from the drones firing, but enough. Enough to start the timer. He pulls out the spectrometer, points it at Mom's hands. The screen goes red. 180 days, he says. 6 months until bloom. Mom looks at me. Her face is empty. We brought sunrise to your funeral, she says. Chapter 14. Mother's Mutiny. The turbine ducts barely wide enough to walk through single file. Metal walls slick with condensation. The grid's hum is different here. Higher pitched, more aggressive. Like we're inside the machine's throat. Mom insisted on coming. Wouldn't stay in the control room even when Calandrino told her she'd slow us down. Just grabbed my arm and pulled herself up, the bad knee dragging behind her like dead weight. I'm not waiting while you two decide my son's fate, she'd said. So here we are, in the bowels of the reactor, looking for graphite rods that might possibly, maybe let us dampen the light output without eliminating the grid entirely. Might. Calandrino's ahead, flashlights sweeping across junction boxes and access panels, looking for the maintenance cache. Behind me, Mom's breathing is labored, each step an audible effort. There, Calandrino says, points at a hatch set low in the wall. Red stenciling, damper rod storage. He tries the handle. Locked. Stand back, he says. I pull Mom sideways. Calandrino pulls something from his belt, crowbar, probably salvaged from the same supply cache that gave us the thermal blanket, and wedges it into the hatch's seam. He levers. Metal groans. The hatch pops open with a sound like a gunshot. Inside, racks of graphite rods, meter-long cylinders, black, and somehow absorbing light instead of reflecting it. Control rods, the things that keep reactors from going critical. We need 6, Calandrino says. Careful, they're heavier than they look. I start pulling them out. He's right. Each one weighs maybe 15 kilos. Dense, compact. I stack them next to the hatch. What's the plan? I ask. Insert them into the cooling channels. Creates a neutron sink, absorbs excess energy, brings the output down to manageable levels. He's already calculating, fingers moving through empty air like he's typing on invisible keys. If we position them correctly, we can throttle the grid to maybe 5% power, just enough to keep the hum active, not enough to trigger full bloom. 5%? It's the best we can do. That's not light, that's twilight. That's survival. Behind me, Mom makes a sound. Not pain, something else. I turn. She's holding one of the graphite rods, both hands wrapped around it, the bad knee locked straight, taking weight it shouldn't be able to take. Mom? How long? She asks Calandrino. He doesn't look at her. What? How long have you known about the spores, about what light does to Twilight Generation? Since the beginning, since you gave us the bulb, yes. So you knew that bringing us here would target Elias, knew that turning on the grid would... She's shaking, the rod trembling in her hands. You knew. I knew it was a risk. A risk. She laughs. Bitter. That's what you call finishing an 18-year-old? A risk? I call it necessary. The grid isn't just light. It's infrastructure, communication, power distribution, civilization. He finally looks at her. Your son's life against 10,000 people who might survive if we can restore the network. That's mathematics. Fuck your mathematics. She swings the rod. Calandrino dodges. Barely. The rod hits the wall where his head was, throws sparks. She swings again. He backpedals, trips over the hatch threshold, goes down. Mom advances. The knee forgotten. The pain somewhere distant. She's moving on pure maternal rage now, and nothing, not arthritis, not spores, not logic, is going to stop her. Mom, don't. She's not listening. Raises the rod overhead, brings it down. I catch it. Both hands. The impact jolts through my wrists, my shoulders. For a second, we're locked there, me holding the rod, her trying to force it down. Let go, she says. No. He was going to use you. Turn you into a circuit breaker, a living fuse to regulate the grid. I know. And you're stopping me? I'm stopping you from dragging someone down. He deserves it. Maybe, but you don't deserve to be the person who does it. She stares at me, eyes red, face wet, the rod trembling between us. Then she drops it and collapses, just folds in on herself, the knee finally giving out completely. I catch her before she hits the floor. Behind us, Calandrino gets up, wipes blood from his lip where he bit it falling. He's looking at the rod on the floor, then at Mom, then at me. We need those rods in the cooling channels, he says quietly. If we don't install them, the grid stays at 10%. That gives your son maybe 3 months before bloom. And if we do install them, I ask, 5% output, twilight levels. Could buy him years, decades maybe. Mom's crying, silent, exhausted sobs that shake her whole body. Do it, I say. Elias, do it. The cooling channels run parallel to the turbine duct, smaller, hotter. The walls radiate heat, not dangerous, but uncomfortable. We're inserting the rods through access ports, one at a time, precise positioning required or they'll jam the whole system. Mom's watching from the duct entrance. Can't follow, knee won't support her weight in the confined space. Just sitting there with the flashlight, keeping it pointed at our work. Calandrino slides the first rod home. There's a mechanical clunk as it seats properly. The grid's hum shifts, drops half a hertz. One down, he says. I hand him the second rod. He positions it, slides. Clunk, another shift. How many before we see real change, I ask. All 6. It's cumulative. We work in silence. Rod 3, 4. The heat's getting where my shirt's soaked through. Calandrino's face is flushed, his albino skin showing every capillary. Rod 5 goes in hard, has to be forced. Calandrino puts his shoulder into it, grunting with effort. Finally it seats. The hum drops another half hertz. Last one, he says. I hand him rod 6. He lines it up, starts to slide it. Behind us, Mom screams, "Stop!" We both freeze. What? I call back. Don't put it in. Mom, we need... I said stop. Calandrino pulls the rod back. We turn. Mom's standing. Somehow, the knee locked in some position that probably shouldn't be possible. In her hands, she's holding something that glints in the flashlight beam. A knife. My knife. The one I use for gutting scavenged cans. Mom, he's lying, she says. Her voice is steady now, cold. About the rods, about what they do. I'm not. Calandrino starts. Shut up. She points the knife at him. You told us 6 rods would bring the output to 5%, twilight levels. That's correct. No, it's not. She holds up something else. Paper. Folded. I found this in the storage cache, installation manual, original specs. She unfolds it. 6 rods don't throttle the grid. They stabilize it, lock it at current output, 10%. That's a different configuration. Don't lie to me. Her voice breaks. Not anymore. You were never going to reduce the output. You were going to lock it at the level that gives you what you want. Enough light to run infrastructure. Damn the cost. Calandrino's face doesn't change. Doesn't need to. His silence is admission enough. You were going to let my son die, Mom says, and call it progress. I was going to let civilization live, he replies. Yes. She moves. Faster than I thought possible with that knee. Crosses the distance between duct and channel in 3 steps. The knife raised. I grab her wrist. We struggle. Brief, violent. The knife slashes, catches my palm, cuts deep. I feel it open, warm blood on cold metal. She stares at the knife, at my hand, at the blood running down my wrist. You bleed? She whispers. Like any kid. I look at my palm. The cut's clean, deep. The blood is red, should be red, but there's something else. A faint amber glow around the edges, the spores reacting to air, to light, to the wound itself. I'm glowing from the inside. Mom drops the knife, it clatters on the metal floor. I pull off my shirt, wrap it around my hand. The blood soaks through immediately. I tear the sun painting, still in my pocket, and press it against the cut. Pressure to stop bleeding, the crayon soaks up red. The child's drawing of a sun now stained with proof that I'm dying. I'm sorry, Mom says. Don't. I'm sorry. Don't apologize for trying to save me. She's crying again. I pull her close with my good hand. She feels small, fragile, like she's the one who needs saving. Behind us, Calandrino picks up rod 6, looks at it, looks at us. What do you want me to do, he asks. Put it in, I say. Elias, put it in. That will destroy you. In 6 months, maybe. I tighten the makeshift bandage. But if we don't stabilize the grid, it could surge again. Unlive everyone in the control room. Discard Mom. I'll take 6 months over 6 minutes. Mom's shaking her head. No. Put it in, I tell Calandrino. He slides the rod home. Clunk. The grid's hum stabilizes. Locks at 10%. The lights in the duct flicker once, then settle. And deep in my blood, the clock starts counting down. Chapter 15. The Half-Lit Kiss. The control room lights are on for the first time since the collapse. Not bright, just enough to see by. Amber twilight that paints everything in shades of rust and gold. The instruments glow softly. The screens show steady readouts. Temperature nominal. Pressure nominal. Output 10%. Through the window I can see the valley. It's dawn. Real dawn. The kind with visible light and shadows and definition. The statue garden is waking up. Some of the rotten are moving now, confused, stumbling. But most of them are just lying down, going still. The grid's hum has changed frequency. No longer paralysis, but sedation. They're not frozen. They're sleeping. Sleeping rotten. That's new. Mom's on a makeshift cot, insulation foam and emergency blankets, her knee elevated, unconscious from pain or exhaustion or both. The glow in her hands has faded, still there, but dim. Like fireflies dying at dawn, Calandrino's at the console running diagnostics, checking reactor status, making sure the grid isn't going to tear itself apart now that we've stabilized it. I'm standing at the window, watching the world light up. It's beautiful. It's going to discard me. Elias. Calandrino's voice. Quiet. I turn. He's holding the spectrometer. Screen facing me. 180 days, he says. Give or take. That's how long I have? Until the spores bloom in your cardiovascular system. Yes. He hesitates. After that, the transformation takes maybe 6 hours. You'll feel it starting. Fever, disorientation. By the end, you won't be conscious. Won't feel it. That's supposed to be comforting? It's supposed to be honest. I look at the numbers. Red and certain, a countdown to my own extinction. What about Mom? I ask. Same timeline. Maybe faster. She's older, immune system more compromised. So we did this for 6 months. You did this for everyone else who might live longer than 6 months. Right. I laugh. It comes out wrong. Civilization. He doesn't respond. Just pockets the spectrometer and goes back to his console. I walk to Mom's cot. Kneel beside it. In the amber light, she looks younger, almost peaceful. Her face isn't tight with pain for the first time in weeks. I touch her forehead, still warm, alive. I'm sorry, I whisper. She doesn't wake, doesn't answer, just breathes. Outside, something roars. I stand, turn to the window, the valley, the rotten, most of them lying still. But not all. There are some, maybe 20, maybe 30 that are still standing. Still moving, but wrong. Different. Their movements are coordinated, purposeful, like they're hunting. What are those? I ask. Calandrino joins me at the window. Squints. Alphas. What? Immune strain. 0.1% of the rotten population. The fungus evolved resistance to the grid frequency. He points. See how they move? That's not random. That's echolocation. They hunt by heat. And they're coming here. Yes. Can we stop them? Not easily. The control room's armored, but if they breach the doors... He trails off, doesn't need to finish. I look at the instruments, the glowing screens, the power we just restored. We could shut it down, I say. Turn off the grid, make them go back to sleep. That would eliminate everyone in the facility who's relying on filtered air. The cooling system runs on grid power. How many people? None. It's automated. But if we shut down now, the reactor goes into fail-safe scram. We'd never be able to restart it. So we lose the grid forever or we fight. Yes. I look at Mom. Still sleeping, still glowing faintly. Wake her, I say. Why? Because if we're going to die here, I want her to see the light first. Mom wakes slowly, confused. Tries to sit up and gasps when her knee reminds her it's destroyed. Easy, I say. Help her lean back against the wall. She blinks, adjusts to the light, looks around the control room, at the glowing instruments, at the amber twilight coming through the windows. We did it, she whispers. Yeah. How long? 6 months? Maybe. She's quiet for a long time. Then, that's more than I expected. Me too. Outside, the alphas are closer, maybe 500 meters, moving in coordinated groups, testing the perimeter. They're coming, Mom says. Yeah. Can we stop them? Calandrino says no. What do you say? I look at my bandaged hand, the sun painting wrapped around it, now more red than yellow. I say we try anyway. She reaches for me, pulls me close. Her hand finds the back of my head, holds it like she did when I was small. I'm sorry, she says. For what? For bringing you here. For letting you carry me. For... Her voice breaks. For being the broken lantern you had to drag through the dark. Mom. I am, though, aren't I? Broken. She laughs. It's not a happy sound. Funny. Spent my whole life trying to protect you from light, and here we are, bathed in it. It's not funny. No, it's perfect. She kisses my forehead, salt on her lips. My beautiful boy, lighting up the world on his way out. I kiss her back, forehead to forehead, tasting salt and sweat and something metallic that might be blood or might be the spores waking up in both of us. I love you. I know. Behind us, something slams into the control room door. Metal screeches. The alphas have arrived. Calandrino pulls a fire axe from an emergency locker, tosses it to me. I catch it one-handed, the other still wrapped in bloody crayon. They'll breach in maybe 3 minutes, he says. Any last words? I look at Mom, at the light on her face, at the peace there despite everything. Yeah, I say. This better be worth it. The door buckles, metal tears, the first alpha crawls through, and we fight. Chapter 16, The Timer in the Blood. The alpha's face is crystallized, eyes like dirty ice, catching the amber light and throwing it back wrong. It doesn't shamble, it moves deliberately, head tilted, listening to our heartbeats. I swing the axe. Miss. The alpha shifts sideways too fast and my momentum carries me into the console. Keys crack under my hip. Calandrino's there with a crowbar. Catches the alpha in the temple. Skull crunches but doesn't break. The fungal growth has reinforced it, turned bone into calcified armor. The alpha backhands him. He flies across the room, hits the wall, doesn't get up. Eli! Mom's trying to stand. Can't. The knee won't take weight. I bring the axe around in a low arc. Catch the alpha in the knee, not the head, no point, and the joint shatters. It goes down, keeps crawling, hands reaching for my ankles. I bring the axe down again, again, until the head separates. Even then, the body keeps moving, fingers clutching air, something beeps. At first, I think it's my pulse. Then I realize it's coming from Calandrino's jacket pocket. He's awake, barely, blood running from his ear. He fumbles for the sound, pulls out the spectrometer. It's beeping, regular, steady, like a heartbeat. What is that? I ask. He looks at the screen. His face empties. The bloom timer, he says. It's active. Active how? The grid power surge. When we fired it up, must have spiked higher than 10% for a few seconds. Enough to... He coughs, blood on his lips, enough to accelerate the bloom cycle. Mom makes a sound. How much time? Calandrino adjusts the spectrometer. The numbers scroll. Stop on one that's red and certain. 180 days baseline. But the spike compressed it. You're not on a 6-month clock anymore. How long, I ask? 90 days. Maybe less if there's more exposure. 3 months. Yes. Mom's crying. Quiet sobs that shake her whole body. The spectrometer keeps beeping, like a metronome, like a countdown. Every beep a second closer to our extinction. We need to leave, she says. Turn off the grid. Get out of the light. Can't, Calandrino says. Grid's locked now. The rods we installed, they're not just dampers, they're regulatory anchors. Pull them out and the whole reactor goes critical. So we're stuck. You're stuck. Outside, more alphas are coming. I can see them through the window. Dozens of them, climbing over each other, testing the walls. How long until they get in, I ask. Calandrino struggles to sit up. Walls are rated for seismic events, not sustained assault. He coughs again. More blood. Internal bleeding, probably. Maybe 12 hours, maybe less. The spectrometer beeps. Beep, beep, beep. Mom's looking at me, her face streaked with tears and dust and something else. Resignation, acceptance. The look of someone who's already decided how this ends. We brought sunrise to your funeral, she whispers. Stop saying that. It's true. It's not. It's because I stop. Because it is true. We came here for light. Got light. And the light's destroying us. Perfect symmetry. I walk to the window. The valley's still lit, amber dawn, beautiful and wrong, the rotten lying in the grass like they're sleeping, the alphas circling, hunting. Below in the reactor core, the grid hums, that perfect 60 hertz tone that keeps the world sedated, and inside me, the spores multiply, replacing blood cells with fungal tissue, 1 cell at a time, 3 months, 90 days, 2,160 hours. The spectrometer beeps. I need to tell you something, Calandrino says. I turn. He's leaning against the wall, face pale, blood pooling under him. I knew, he says, about the surge, about what would happen when we fired up the grid. You knew it would accelerate the bloom? I knew it might. The math was uncertain, but possible. He closes his eyes. I made the choice anyway. Why? Because 10% power means functional infrastructure, means the grid can network with other facilities, means humanity gets a second chance. He opens his eyes, looks at me. Your life against that? It wasn't even close. I should be angry, should want to finish what Mom started with the knife. Instead, I just feel tired. Was it worth it? I ask. Ask me in 90 days. The control room door tears open. Not the one the first alpha came through, the main entrance. Heavy steel, triple locked. It doesn't just bend, it rips off the hinges. A wave of alphas pours through. I raise the axe. Mom struggles to her feet. Even Calandrino picks up the crowbar. We fight. It's not heroic, not cinematic, just desperate and messy. I swing the axe until my arms go numb. Mom uses her crutch, makeshift weapon, to keep them at bay. Calandrino bleeds on the floor and still manages to take out 2 of them with the crowbar. But there are too many. Always too many. An alpha gets past my guard, grabs Mom. She screams. I turn, swing. The axe bites into its shoulder. It doesn't let go. Mom! She's fighting, one-handed, the other arm pinned, the alpha's mouth opening, fungal threads visible in its throat. I drop the axe, grab the alpha with both hands, pull. It's stronger than me, faster than me, but I'm desperate and it's just following programming. I get my fingers in its eyes, push. The crystallized corneas crack. Fluid leaks out, not blood, something thicker. It releases Mom. I throw it backwards into 3 more alphas. They all go down in a tangle. Mom collapses. Eli, I'm here. My arm. I look. The alpha got her. Not bitten, just scratched, but the fingernails broke skin. 4 parallel cuts. Shallow. Growing red. No, I say. It's fine. It's not fine. Calandrino's there. Spectrometer out. He scans her arm. The device screams. Not beeps. Screams. High-pitched alert tone. Dermal exposure, he says. The spores enter through open wounds. Accelerates bloom by... He checks the readout. 72 hours. 3 days, Mom says. Calm. Too calm. I have 3 days. Mom, it's okay. It's not. Eli, listen to me. She grabs my face, forces me to look at her. I need you to do something. Anything. When the bloom takes me. Her voice is steady. Certain. I need you to be the one who puts me down. No. Yes. Mom, I can't. You have to, because I won't. Her voice breaks. I won't be me anymore, and I need to know that the last thing I see is your face, not theirs. She means the alphas, the rotten, the thing she'll become. I'm crying. Can't help it. I don't want to. I know. She kisses my forehead. But you will, because that's what love is, doing the thing that breaks you to spare them something worse. The spectrometer beeps. 72 hours, 3 days, 4,320 minutes until I have to discard my mother. Outside, the valley burns, not with fire, with light. The grid's output spiking again, some automated response to the breach, emergency protocols kicking in, the power surges to 15%, 20%. The amber twilight becomes real dawn, and inside the control room, everything catches fire. Not literal fire, just heat, electrical overload, the instruments sparking, screens cracking, the whole room cooking from the inside out. We need to get out, Calandrino shouts. The door. Forget the door, the cooling vents. He points up. Above us, maintenance hatches, too small for adults, not too small for me. Go, Mom says. I'll hold them. Mom. Go. She pushes me toward Calandrino. He's already climbing, using the console as a stepladder, reaches the vent, opens it. Come on, he says. I look back. Mom's standing, somehow standing, with the crutch in both hands. The alpha's advancing. Her face is calm, resolved. I love you, she says. I love you too. Now go live long enough to make this worth it. I climb. The vent is tight, dark. I can hear Mom behind me, the sound of the crutch hitting flesh, her breathing, steady, strong. Then the spectrometer beeps one last time, and the world goes quiet. Chapter 17, Peach Can Requiem. The cooling towers open to sky. No roof, just scaffolding and concrete, spiraling up maybe 30 meters. I'm at the top, legs dangling over the edge. Below, the grid sprawls, massive and humming. The valley lit up in false dawn. The peach can is in my hands, dented, red and yellow. I turn it slowly, feeling the metal warm in the sun. Sun, actual sun. Haven't seen that in 18 years. It's destroying me, but it's beautiful. I bring the can to my lips, blow across the opening. The note is thin, sharp, metallic. Below, alphas turn toward the sound. 3 of them, maybe 4. Echolocation drawing them to the tower base. I ring the can again, louder this time. More alphas converge. This is what they do, hunt sound, but I'm too high. They can't reach. Just circle below, heads tilted, listening. Hey, I call down. They stop. Look up. Crystallized eyes catching light. I'm recording something, I tell them. Thought you should know. They don't answer. Don't understand. Just keep circling. I pull out the emergency beacon, salvaged from the control room before it caught fire. Old tech, analog. Still works if you crank the battery. I crank it, the reel spins. Red light blinks. Recording. My name's Elias Morrow, I say. I'm 18. In 3 months I'm going to be dead. Rotten, one of you. I point at the alphas. So this is for whoever finds this, whoever's still human enough to listen. The wind picks up, carries my voice across the valley. We were wrong about the dark, I continue. We thought it was safe. Thought light was the enemy. Turns out we had it backwards. Light's not poison. It's just truth. Shows you what you are, what you're becoming. I ring the peach can. The note echoes. We came here to fix the grid. Thought we could bring back civilization. Turns out civilization doesn't care if you bring it back. It'll eliminate you just the same. Below, one of the alphas starts climbing. Sighs, finds purchase in the concrete cracks. Pulls itself up meter by meter. My mom has 3 days, I say. 3 days before she turns, and I promised. My voice breaks. I promised I'd be the one who stops her before she becomes what you are. The alpha's halfway up now. 30 seconds. Maybe less. But here's the thing. I say, I don't think I can do it. I don't think I'm strong enough. 20 seconds. So I'm making this recording. All the books I remember, all the stories, 847 of them. Every title, every plot, every word I can remember. 10 seconds. Because if I'm going to die, I want to leave something behind. Proof that humans could still think, still remember, still care about things that don't keep you alive. 5 seconds. This is the archive, I say. The breath library. Everything I know about the world before the collapse, before the ROMs, before... The alpha reaches the top. I ring the peach can. The note is pure, perfect, 432 hertz. The alpha freezes, mid-reach, hyphae paralyzed by the frequency. I have 3 minutes. I start talking. Moby Dick, Herman Melville, Chapter 1, Call Me Ishmael. The words pour out, faster than I thought possible. Not perfect, I'm ad-libbing, filling gaps, but close enough. The story's there, whole and alive. The alpha's still frozen, but I can see its fingers twitching, fighting the paralysis. 2 minutes left. And I only am escaped alone to tell thee, I finish. Move to the next book. The Great Gatsby, F. Scott Fitzgerald. Chapter 1, In My Younger and More Vulnerable Years. The alpha's hand moves. Just barely. The hyphae adapting, learning to resist the frequency. 1 minute. And so we beat on, boats against the current, borne back ceaselessly into the past. The alpha lunges. I drop the peach can. It falls, clangs off the scaffolding, rings out one last time before hitting the ground below. The sound echoes, perfect note. Every alpha in the valley freezes, including the one reaching for my throat. I pull back, fumble with the beacon. Still recording. That's it, I say. That's all I've got. 2 books out of 847. The alpha's fingers twitch, resume motion. If you find this, I say, finish the archive. Tell the stories I couldn't. Make sure. The alpha grabs me. I fall, not off the tower, just backwards. My shoulder hits scaffolding. The beacon flies from my hands, lands on the platform. Still recording. The alpha's on top of me, mouth opening. I can see the fungal threads inside, smell the rot. I grab its throat, hold it back. It's strong, but I'm desperate. Below, the peach can rings one last time. The alpha goes rigid, full paralysis, 3-minute window. I throw it off. Grab the beacon. Keep recording. The books, I gasp. All of them. I'll record them all. I start climbing down. Have to. The tower's compromised now. More alphas coming. I descend one-handed, other hand holding the beacon, recording everything. To Kill a Mockingbird, Harper Lee. When he was nearly 13, my brother Jem got his arm badly broken at the elbow. Meter by meter, book by book, the sun's higher now, real daylight, my skin's starting to itch, the spores responding. In the name of God, do your duty. Halfway down, the alphas below unfreezing. Moving again. 1984, George Orwell. It was a bright, cold day in April, and the clocks were striking 13, 20 meters. 15. If you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. 10 meters. The alphas can reach me now, but they're not climbing, just watching, listening to the stories. The Catcher in the Rye, J.D. Salinger. If you really want to hear about it, 5 meters. Don't ever tell anybody anything. If you do, you start missing everybody. I hit the ground. The alphas circle me. Close enough to touch. I hold up the beacon, still recording. This is the archive, I say, the only library left. and I'm the only one who can preserve it. The alphas stop, something in their fungal programming recognizing the importance. Or maybe I'm just projecting. Maybe they're just waiting for the right moment to tear me apart. 845 books to go, I say. I start walking, back toward the grid, back toward Mom. Behind me, the alphas follow, not hunting, listening. Chapter 18, Cartographer's Silence. Calandrino's tongue is black. Not fungal black, chemical black. Iodine overdose. He's been tasting the ground for 3 days straight, trying to map the safe routes out of the grid perimeter. Now his tongue is so burned he can't speak. Just gestures, grunts, points. We're in the sulfur geyser field. The ground here is cracked glass and mineral deposits, yellow and white, beautiful and deadly. Mom's unconscious on the makeshift sled, not the jacket anymore, that fell apart 2 days ago. Now it's sheet metal and paracord. Slides better, weighs more. Calandrino stops, tastes the ground, winces, spits, black saliva. He points left. I follow. The geysers erupt randomly, no pattern I can discern. Hot sulfur mist shooting up 3 meters. Lands on your skin and you've got maybe 10 seconds before the burns blister. We've been navigating by Calandrino's chemical intuition, tasting trace iodine from the reactor, following the molecular breadcrumb trail back toward somewhere. He won't write it down. Can't write it down. Just tastes and points. How much farther, I ask. He holds up 3 fingers. Kilometers. Probably. Mom stirs. Small sound. Not quite awake, but not quite unconscious either. The spectrometer's in my pocket. Been beeping for 3 days. Countdown to her bloom. 72 hours minus 3 days equals, I don't want it to do the math. Calandrino tastes again. Shakes his head. Moves right. I follow, pulling the sled. The sulfur mist is thick here. Burns my throat. I wrap my shirt over my mouth and nose. Doesn't help much. Just filters the visible particles, not the gas. Wait, I say. Calandrino stops. Behind us, something's moving. Not alphas. They avoid the sulfur fields. Something else. I look back. The mist parts. Kids. Maybe 5 of them. All under 10. Faces streaked with mineral dust. Eyes too aware for their age. One of them singing. Jingle. Pre-collapse ad. You deserve a break today. Feral, Calandrino mouths. Can't vocalize, but the word's clear. The kids advance. Not threatening. Not yet. Just curious. One of them reaches for the sled. For Mom. Back off, I say. The kid doesn't listen. Touches Mom's arm, the glowing arm. Fingers trace the light under her skin. Pretty, the kid whispers. Don't touch her. Pretty light lady, the kid says. Then louder. Pretty light lady. The other kids take up the chant. Pretty light lady. Pretty light lady. They're surrounding us now, not attacking, just claiming. Like we're resources they found. Calandrino pulls something from his belt. Flare gun. Old. Probably doesn't work. He aims at the nearest kid. No, I say. He looks at me, raises an eyebrow. They're children. He shakes his head, points at their eyes. Even through the mist I can see it, the fungal sheen. They're infected. Have been for months, maybe years. Still children. We can go around, I say. Calandrino lowers the flare gun, tastes the ground again. Points right, a path that circles the kids. We start moving. The kids follow. Still chanting. Still reaching. Pretty light lady, want to touch. Want to glow. One of them grabs my leg. I try to pull free, but the grip's strong. Stronger than it should be. Let go. Want to glow like you. I look down. My hands, my arms. I'm glowing too. Faint but visible in the sulfur mist. The spores responding to light even through the haze. The kid won't let go. I try to shake loose. Can't. Other kids are grabbing now. 4 hands, 6. All of them pulling. Want the pretty lady. Want the light. Calandrino aims the flare gun at the sky. Fires. Nothing happens. He fires again. Red streak. Bright and chemical. Arcs up and detonates 30 meters overhead. The kids shriek, let go, cover their eyes, the flare's burning too bright, painful even for fungal-adapted vision. We run, pulling the sled. Calandrino leading, me following. The kids behind us wailing. We run until the wails fade, until the sulfur mist thins, until we can't run anymore. I collapse, hands on knees, lungs burning. Calandrino's gasping. Spits more black. His tongue is swelling now. can barely fit in his mouth. You okay? I ask. He nods. Doesn't look okay. Mom's still unconscious, but her breathing's changed. Shallower. Faster. The glow in her arms is brighter now, spreading up to her shoulders, down to her fingertips. The spectrometer beeps. I check it. 48 hours. 2 days. Mom's eyes open. Barely. Eli? I'm here. Where are we? Sulfur fields. Following Calandrino out. Out to where? Good question. I look at Calandrino. He points at the ground, tastes it, nods, holds up both hands, 10 fingers. 10 kilometers? I guess. He nods. To what? He doesn't answer. Can't answer. Just points forward. Guess we're trusting him, I say. Mom closes her eyes. Been doing that since the beginning. Why stop now? We keep walking. The sun's setting. Real sunset. I haven't seen one in 18 years. It's red. Angry. Beautiful. The spectrometer beeps. Mom's glowing brighter now, visible even in the dying light. Eli, she says, when it happens, when I turn, don't. Listen, when I turn, I need you to remember something. I don't want to talk about this. Remember that I loved you, every second, even when I was angry, even when I made it hard. Her voice is steady, no tears, just certainty. Remember that everything I did was to keep you alive, even if it didn't work. It worked. I'm alive. For now is enough. She's quiet for a long time. Then, no, it's not. We walk into the night. Calandrino leading by taste and instinct. Mom glowing bright enough to light our path, and behind us in the sulfur fields, the children are still singing. Chapter 19. Arthritis as weapon. Mom's teaching me to use her body as bait. It's the joints, she says. When they crack, the sound's specific. 432 hertz, same as the peach can. We're in the reactor underbelly. Service tunnels running beneath the grid. Calandrino needs graphite rods. The real ones, not the dampers we installed. Says they'll help us reach whatever destination he's been tasting toward. But the tunnels are full of alphas. So you crack your knees and they freeze, I ask. For 3 minutes. Yes, she demonstrates. Bends her leg. The knee pops. Loud, sharp. I feel it in my teeth. The alpha 40 meters down the tunnel stops. Goes rigid. 3 minutes, Mom says. Use them. I move. Fast as I can. Slip past the frozen alpha. Reach the maintenance cache. The graphite rods are inside. Meter-long cylinders. I grab 2. Behind me, the alpha twitches. Time's almost up. I run back. Pass it just as the paralysis breaks. Mom's waiting at the tunnel junction. Knee already bent. Ready. How many more? I ask. 4. We keep moving. She cracks joints, knees, elbows, even her neck once. Each crack freezes the nearest alphas. I slip past, grab what we need. It's working. Until we reach the core chamber. 6 alphas, circling the chamber's center, too spread out for a single crack to hit all of them. We need a different approach, Mom says. Like what? She's looking at her hands. The glow is bright now. Visible even in the tunnel's darkness. They hunt heat, right? Right. So what if we give them heat? Mom, my joints. When I crack them, they generate friction. Friction generates heat. She points at the 6 alphas. I crack every joint in sequence. Create multiple heat signatures. They'll converge. And then what? Then you run past while they're focused on me. No. Yes. I'm not using you as bait. You already are, have been since the grid. She's smiling, sad and certain. I'm the broken lantern, remember? Might as well use me for light. She walks into the chamber before I can stop her. The alphas turn, 6 pairs of crystallized eyes. They see her, see the glow. Mom starts cracking joints. Systematic, methodical, neck, shoulders, elbows, wrists. The sounds overlap, create a discordant symphony. The alphas freeze not all at once, but in sequence, like dominoes. Now, Mom says, I run into the chamber toward the graphite cache. The alphas are moving again, but confused. Multiple heat signatures, multiple sound sources, their echolocation overwhelmed. I grab the cache, heavy, 20 kilos of graphite and tools. Behind me, Mom screams. I turn. One of the alphas broke through the confusion, has her pinned. Its mouth opening. I drop the cache, grab the axe still strapped to my back, run, swing. The axe bites into the alpha's spine. It goes down, doesn't let go of Mom, but stops moving. I pull her up. You okay? Fine. She's not fine. Her knee gave out when she fell. The good knee. Both legs are useless now. We need to go. Can't walk. Then I'll carry you. Eli. No arguments. I get her on my back. She wraps her arms around my neck. I grab the cash with one hand. Start moving. The other alphas are recovering. 3 minutes is up. They're converging on our position. Crack something, I say. Mom bends her wrist. It pops. The nearest alpha freezes. I keep moving. Every step is agony. Mom's weight plus the cash plus exhaustion. But I don't stop. Again, I say. She cracks her elbow. Another alpha freezes. We reach the tunnel exit. Behind us, the chamber fills with alphas. But we're through. Safe. Relatively. I set Mom down. Collapse next to her. Both of us breathing hard. That was stupid, I say. That was necessary. You could have died. So could you. She touches my face, but we didn't, because we're a team, even when it's broken. I want to argue, want to tell her she's wrong, that she's not broken, that we're going to make it. But the spectrometer beeps. 24 hours. 1 day. Tomorrow I have to discard my mother. She knows it too. I can see it in her face. The acceptance. The preparation. Let's keep moving, she says. Make the most of the time we have. We keep moving. And behind us, in the darkness, her joints crack one last time. Chapter 20. The Betrayal Spectrum. The hall echoes. Every sound multiplied. My footsteps, Mom's breathing, the spectrometers beeping, Calandrino's ahead, leading us somewhere. Still can't speak. Just points and grunts, gestures that might mean this way or might mean we're all gonna die. Hard to tell. We're deep now. Below the reactor, below the grid. In maintenance tunnels that probably haven't seen human traffic in decades. Where are we going? I ask again. Calandrino stops, pulls something from his jacket. Paper, folded, creased from years of handling. He unfolds it, blueprint. Pre-collapse, shows the reactor schematic. He points at a chamber, deep underground, below the core. Label reads, Emergency Shutdown Interface. That's where we're headed, I ask. He nods. Why? He can't answer. Just folds the blueprint and keeps walking. Mom's on the sled again. Can't walk anymore. Both knees destroyed. The glow in her skin is spreading, up her neck, into her face. Her eyes are starting to sheen. Not fungal yet, but close. The spectrometer beeps. 18 hours. Eli, she says, I need to tell you something. Save your strength. No, this is important. She props herself up. When we first met Calandrino, when he gave us the bulb, I asked him what it would cost. And he said nothing. Said he was just a wandering engineer who wanted to help. She pauses. But he was lying. How do you know? Because 3 days later, when we were crossing the salt flats, I woke up and heard him talking to himself, or maybe to the radio. I couldn't tell. But he said something that stuck with me. What? He said, the living circuit breaker is primed. 6 months to integration. After that, the grid self-regulates. I stop walking. Living circuit breaker. That's what he said. I look ahead. Calandrino's still walking. Hasn't noticed we stopped. He knew, I say, about the spores, about what would happen. He knew. And he brought us anyway. Mom nods. We're not here to save civilization, Eli. We're here to become part of the grid, living regulators. Our spore-infected bodies will integrate with the reactor, become biological dampers. That's insane. That's utility. She touches my arm. He sees us as components, not people. I want to confront him, want to grab him and demand answers. But the spectrometer beeps. 17 hours. We don't have time for confrontations. What do? I ask. We finish this. Get to that chamber, see what he's planning. She lies back on the sled, then we decide. We keep walking. The tunnel opens into a massive chamber, circular, maybe 50 meters across. The walls are lined with instruments, screens, readouts, all of them dark. Calandrino's already at the central console, working. Fingers moving across controls that shouldn't work but somehow do. What is this place? I ask. He points at the screen. Text scrolls, emergency shutdown interface, manual override only. You can shut down the grid from here, I say. He nods. Then why bring us down here? He types, because shutdown requires authentication, biological authentication. What does that mean? He types living human tissue, post-collapse, with active spore integration. I stare at the screen. You need us, our infected bodies. He nods. To shut down the grid. He nods again. But you said the grid was hope, civilization's second chance. Why would you shut it down? He types slowly, because I was wrong. The words hang there. Final. Wrong how? Mom asks. He types, 10% power isn't enough. Creates stable environment for rotten, but doesn't eliminate them. They adapt, evolve. Alphas are proof. In 20 years, they'll be immune to all frequencies. In 50, they'll outnumber humans 10 to 1. So you want to turn it off, I say. Temporary shutdown. 5 years. Let the rotten die in the dark. Then restart with clean population. And we die too. In the dark. He doesn't type anything. Doesn't need to. The answer's obvious. You lied to us, Mom says. From the beginning. You never wanted to save us. Just wanted our infected bodies to unlock this console. He types, utility is the highest morality. That's not morality. That's ending someone. I gave you 6 months, more than you had before. You gave us hope, I say, then took it away. That's worse than eliminating us outright. He closes his eyes, types without looking, I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't bring back the time, Mom says, doesn't uninfect our blood. I'm trying to save everyone else by using us as keys, as biological passwords. I step closer. We're not components. We're people. People die. Civilizations endure, not if there's no one left to be civilized. He opens his eyes, looks at me, and for the first time since we met him, I see doubt there. Real doubt. What would you do? He types. If you could save 10,000 people by sacrificing 2, I'd find a third option, I say. There isn't one. Then I'd refuse, because the moment you treat people as components, you've already lost what makes civilization worth saving. He stares at me, then at the console, then back at me. He types, you're right. What? I've been thinking like an engineer, not a human. He stands, steps back from the console. You decide. Shut it down or leave it running. Your bodies, your choice. Mom looks at me. What do you think? I look at the console, at the screens showing reactor status, at the numbers that represent thousands of lives. I think we need to see if there's actually a third option. Like what? Like half measures, like compromises. Like I stop, look at the screens again. There, in the readout, power output 10%. But there's another number. Target output 5%. The dampers, I say. The ones we installed. They're trying to bring the power down, but something's fighting it. Calandrino types automated safety protocols. Grid won't go below 10% without manual override. So override it. Can't. Locked. Then unlock it requires biological authentication. So we authenticate, but we don't shut down. We just lower the output. 5%. Twilight levels. Enough to keep the hum active, but not enough to trigger full bloom. He stares at the screen, types, that would buy you years, maybe decades. And everyone else? Same. Slow bloom, slow adaptation, but survivable. Mom sits up. Do it. Are you sure? I ask. No, but I'm dying anyway. Might as well die useful. I look at Calandrino. He nods. We approach the console iometric scanner, waiting. Together? Mom says. Together? We place our hands on the scanner. The glow in our skin interacts with the sensors. Recognition, authentication. The console beeps. Accepts. Power output begins dropping. 10%, 9%, 8%. Behind us, something roars. We turn. Calandrino. But not Calandrino. He's pulled a gun. Ancient thing. Probably salvaged from the same cache as the graphite rods. He's pointing it at the console. What are you doing? I ask. He can't answer. Mouth doesn't work anymore. Tongue too swollen, but his eyes are clear. He's going to destroy it. Destroy the console. Force a full shutdown regardless of our choice. Don't, I say. He fires. The shot echoes, massive in the enclosed space. The bullet hits the console. Sparks fly. The screens crack. Power output freezes. Stuck at 7%, not 5%, not shut down, just broken. Calandrino fires again. Third time. The console explodes. Small detonation, fire, and smoke. When it clears, he's gone. Ran into the tunnels while we were blinded. Mom and I stand in the wreckage. Power output 7%. Locked. Irreversible. 7%, I say. What does that mean? It means we bought ourselves something. Not years, not months. She checks the spectrometer, maybe weeks. That's it? That's it. We stand there in the broken chamber, listening to the grid hum, 7% power, twilight dimmer than we wanted. But still twilight, still enough to see, still enough to die by. Chapter 21, The Empty Socket. The core chamber smells like hot bread and burnt copper. Chloe's on her knees at the threshold, fingers working the dead Christmas bulb out of its socket. The threads squeak, metal on metal. She sets it down next to her boot, careful, like it might roll away, and I watch her pull the filament tester from Cal's pack. Don't, I say. She doesn't look up, just unscrews the brass cap and tips my blood onto the glass. 3 drops. They spread across the curved surface, darker than I expected. The spore inside me glows faint amber under the chamber's residual heat. Cal's shouting something behind us. His boots scrape the grating. I hear him coming, but I'm watching Chloe tilt the bulb, swirl the blood until it coats the inside like red paint. Mom. She puts the bulb in her mouth. The sound it makes going down, wet crunch, soft break, that's what I'll hear forever. Glass grinding between molars. As she gags once, swallows, her throat works, and I see the bulb's outline slide down, sharp edges catching, blood leaks from the corner of her mouth. Not a lot, just enough to trace her chin. You can't, I say, but it's already done. She wipes her mouth with the back of her hand. Amber light seeps between her fingers. Her veins glow through the skin of her wrist, faint network of wrong-colored roads. She stands, wobbles, catches herself on the doorframe. Full light, she says. Her voice sounds like gravel in a can, or darkness. You pick. Behind me, Cal's close enough I can smell the iodine on his tongue. He's saying something about circuit integrity and living dampers, but the words don't land. I'm staring at my mother's mouth. The blood on her teeth. She kneels again. Right knee cracks, that familiar snap. 0.2 seconds of echo, but this time it sounds like a door closing. Don't make me choose that, I say. Already chose. She leans forward. Both hands on the floor now, her breath fogs the metal plating. Just tell me which. Cal grabs my shoulder. His fingers dig in hard enough to hurt. She can throttle the frequency, he says. Biofeedback loop. The spore in her blood will modulate the... I shove him. Not hard, just enough to make space. He stumbles back 3 steps and his boot catches on a cable housing. He goes down, stays down. Chloe's watching me, waiting. The glow in her throat pulses. Once, twice, time to her heartbeat. How long, I say. Don't know. She coughs. More blood. Hour, maybe less. The lever's 10 feet away. Big industrial throw switch, the kind that takes both hands. Right now it's at 10%. Dim twilight. The valley outside frozen in amber. If I pull it all the way, full kilowatts, full spectrum, the grid floods everything with white sun glare. Every kid like me in a 600-kilometer radius blooms. 6 months compressed to 6 minutes. But the rotten stop, all of them. Permanent. If I leave it, we get twilight. Slow burn. Decades, maybe before the spore in my veins reaches critical mass. Enough time to build something. Teach the next generation to read by candlelight. Die old instead of young. But the alphas keep hunting. The world stays stuck. Chloe coughs again. The sound's wet. Wrong. She spits and there's glass in it. Tiny shard, no bigger than a tooth. It clinks when it hits the floor. Elias. Her voice cracks on the second syllable. I've heard her say my name 1,000 times. Angry, scared, tired, careful, but never like this. Like she's asking permission. Cal's standing again. He's got a wrench in his hand, holding it low, not threatening, just ready. She's the fuse, he says. We pull now or we lose the window. Shut up. The core temperatures... I said shut up. Chloe's forehead touches the floor. Prayer position, or surrender. Her spine curves and I can count the vertebrae through her shirt. She's shaking, small tremors that start at her shoulders and work down. I'm sorry, she says. Floor's cold enough her breath doesn't fog anymore. For the dark, for keeping you in it. Don't, for thinking small. Another cough. This one doubles her over. When she straightens, there's more blood on the floor. A perfect circle, spreading. You were never bait. You were always the light. The wrench clatters. Cal dropped it. He's backing toward the door. Hands up, palms out. She's coding, he says. Cardiac arrhythmia. You pull that switch, she stabilizes. You don't, she's got maybe get out. 3 minutes before the glass perforates. Get out, he goes. Door hisses shut behind him. Magnetic seal. I hear his boots on the access ladder. Fast, running. Chloe's still on her knees. The glow in her chest is brighter now, pulsing irregular. Fast, slow, fast. Her hands are flat on the floor and her fingers twitch with each beat. Tell me what to do, I say. You know. I don't. She lifts her head, looks at me. Her eyes are clear. No glow there yet. Just brown. Same brown as the arthritis medicine bottles we used to collect. Same brown as the dirt outside the shack where she taught me to read by starlight. Half pull, she says. Keep the twilight. Let the kids live. And you? She smiles. Blood on her teeth turns it into something else. I already lived. The lever's cold. I wrap both hands around it. The metal's textured, cross-hatched for grip. Someone decades ago machined this thing thinking it would save the world. Maybe it will. Maybe it'll just buy time. I pull. Halfway. The resistance is immense, like dragging a boulder uphill. My shoulders scream. The lever clicks into the detent. Mechanical stop, engineered tolerance, and holds. The grid hums. Different frequency now. Not the pure 60 hertz choir from before. Something rougher, layered. I feel it in my sternum, in my teeth. Outside, through the observation port, the valley blooms brighter. Not white, not amber. Something between. The rotten in the statue garden twitch. Don't fall. Don't wake. Just twitch. Chloe exhales. Long. Slow. The glow in her chest dims. Still there. Still pulsing. But slower. Delayed grief, she says. Her voice sounds almost normal. That's all twilight is. Behind me the door opens. Cal's back. He's got the spectrometer, the handheld. He points it at me and the screen lights up. Numbers scroll. He's reading them under his breath. 180 days, he says finally, maybe 200 if the frequency holds. I'm still holding the lever, afraid if I let go it'll slip. Spring back, flood the core with full spectrum and finish what we started. Cal steps closer, puts his hand on mine, his palms cold, clammy. She's stable, he says. You bought time. How much? For her, an hour, maybe 2. He looks at Chloe. She's sitting now, back against the wall, breathing shallow. For you, half a year. Chloe laughs. It turns into a cough. She waves us off when I move toward her. I'm fine, she says, just bleeding internally. No big deal. Mom. Shut up and let me enjoy this. She tilts her head back, closes her eyes. Stupid, broken, half right. But we did it. The grid hums. The valley holds its breath. Cal checks the spectrometer again, shakes his head, tucks it back in his pack. I need to recalibrate the dampers, he says. Keep the feedback loop stable if the frequency drifts even 0.5 hertz. Then go, I say. He looks at me, then at Chloe, then back. She won't make it to the surface. I know, he nods once, turns, leaves. The door seals behind him and it's just us, mother and son, lantern and fuse. Chloe opens her eyes. Come here. I kneel next to her. Her hand finds mine. Fingers cold, joints swollen. The arthritis that started this whole thing kept us in the dark, kept us moving, kept us afraid. Now just feels like bones. Nothing more. You did good, she says. I ended you. No, she squeezes. Barely. You let me finish. Her pulse is there in her wrist. Under my thumb, irregular but present. The glow in her chest flickers. Once, twice, then steady. We sit like that, listening to the grid hum, listening to her heart slow. The twilight outside holds, dim, enough to see, not enough to burn, enough. Chapter 22, half pull. The control room's quieter than I expected. Just the grid hum and Chloe's breathing. She's propped against the core housing, mouth still leaking twilight. The blood stopped, but her lips are stained dark. She's watching me hold the lever. You can let go, she says. Not yet. Ely, not yet. My hands ache. The lever wants to move. I feel it through my palms, spring tension, mechanical memory, trying to pull itself back to zero or forward to full. Either direction leads somewhere I can't take back. Cal's in the damper bay. I hear him through the ventilation shaft, wrench on metal, muttering calculations. Every few minutes, the hum shifts pitch, goes sharp. He curses, compensates. The frequency drops back to stable. Chloe coughs, small sound. Wet, she turns her head and spits. No glass this time, just blood. It pools on the floor next to her boot, catches the amber light and turns copper. How much longer? I say. She doesn't answer, just lifts one hand and shows me the watch on her wrist. Analog, stopped at 3:47. Been stopped since the collapse. She taps the crystal. Time's whatever we say it is now, she says. That's not an answer. It's the only one I got. The grid hums. I count the beats. Try to match them to my pulse. They don't sync. Close, but not quite. Like two metronomes running side by side, eventually one falls behind. What if I pulled it all the way, I say. Don't. Just what if? Hypothetical. She looks at me. The glow in her eyes is faint but present, like someone lit a candle behind her pupils. Then I'd cook from the inside. You'd bloom in 6 minutes. Cal gets his civilization back. She shrugs. One shoulder, the other doesn't move. Everyone wins, except us. And the kids. Yeah, she closes her eyes. And the kids. A cable snaps in the damper bay. I hear it whip against metal. Cal shouts something I don't catch. The grid pitch spikes, climbs. My teeth hurt. The lever jerks forward, just a centimeter, and I haul it back. Chloe's eyes snap open. What? It's fine. I got it. Eli, I said I got it. The pitch drops, stabilizes. My shoulders are shaking. I lock my elbows, lean into the lever with my full weight. It holds. Cal appears in the doorway, face streaked with graphite. He's holding a severed cable, copper core exposed. He looks at the lever, at me, at Chloe. Feedback loops cascading, he says. I can stop it, but I need to take the grid offline. 30 seconds, maybe less. No. If I don't, the whole core overloads. We lose everything. I said no. He drops the cable. It hits the floor and sparks. Small orange burst. Goes dark. He wipes his face, smears the graphite worse. Then we're on borrowed time, he says. Loop hits critical mass. The frequency jumps. Twilight goes full spectrum. He points at Chloe. She dies. You bloom. Everyone in the valley dies. That's the math. How long? Hour. Maybe 2. That's enough. For what? I don't answer. Just look at the observation port, the valley outside. Dim amber glow, the rotten twitching in the statue garden, not moving, not stopping, just suspended. Cal follows my gaze, shakes his head. You're gambling with extinction. Yeah, that's insane. Yeah. He turns, walks back to the damper bay. I hear him pick up the wrench. Hear him working, faster now, desperate. The hum shifts, climbs, drop, climbs again. Each spike feels like a knife in my molars. Chloe laughs. Sound like breaking glass. We're terrible at this, she says. At what? Saving the world. She coughs. Blood flecks her chin. Always have been. Why'd we think this time would be different? Because you're here. She looks at me. The glow in her eyes flickers. I'm not staying, Eli. I know. And you can't fix that by holding a lever. I know. So let go. I tighten my grip. The lever groans. Metal fatigue. The whole mechanism's older than me. Older than the collapse. Someone built this thing to last, but nothing lasts forever. What happens if I do? I say. Grid drops to 0. Dark comes back. Rotten wake up. She shifts. Her knee cracks. We run. Try to make the surface. Probably don't. And if I don't, you keep holding it until your arms give out or Cal's loop fails or I stop breathing. She shrugs. Then it's God's coin flip which ends us first. The grid hums. My pulse hammers. They're sinking now. Finally. Beat for beat. I feel it in my wrists, in my throat. There's a third option, I say. No, there's not. Half pull stays, we stabilize it, fixes the loop. We get years, decades maybe. Twilight's not a solution, Eli. It's a compromise. Delay. She coughs, and delays just mean you die tired. Cal's back, he's got the spectrometer, points it at the grid. The numbers scroll. Red, red, yellow, green, yellow, red. He lowers it. Frequency stabilizing, he says. Feedback loops flattening out, if it holds. He stops, looks at Chloe, at the blood on her chin. How you feeling? Like I swallowed a light bulb. No, I mean, he taps the spectrometer, your cardiac rhythm, it's normalizing. The spore in your blood is syncing with the grid frequency. You're the damper now. You're stabilizing the whole system. Chloe blinks. That's impossible. It's happening. He shows her the screen. Your heartbeat's matching the sine wave, 1-to-1. You're the reason the loop's flattening. So what? I'm a battery. You're the solution. He looks at me. You pulled half. She swallowed the fuse. Together, you're balancing the equation. It's stable because you're stable. For how long? I say. He doesn't answer. Cal, how long? Depends on her, he nods at Chloe. Long as her heart beats, the grid holds. When she stops, then it falls. Yeah, Chloe laughs again. This time it doesn't break, just fades. She closes her eyes. Poetic. I'll give you that. The lever's warm now. My palms are sweating. The metal's slick. I adjust my grip. Feel the resistance. It's less than before, softer, like the mechanism's learning to hold itself. You can let go, Cal says. It'll stay at half pull. The detent's locked. Long as she's breathing, the frequency won't drift. And if I let go and she stops, then you pull it again, or you don't. Your call. I look at Chloe. She's watching me. The glow in her eyes is steady now, calm, like she's already decided something and she's just waiting for me to catch up. Do it, she says. Let go. Mom, I'm serious. Let go. She smiles, blood on her teeth. I want to see if it works. I release the lever. It holds. The grid hums, the valley glows, the statue garden stays frozen. Chloe's breathing, shallow, regular. Her pulse visible in her throat, once, twice, steady. Cal checks the spectrometer, nods. Stable. We're stable. I step back, wipe my palms on my jeans. My hands are shaking, not from the effort, from the release. Chloe's still smiling. See, she says. Twilight's not grief, it's just she coughs, small, controlled, living in the space between. The grid hums, we breathe. The valley holds. It's not victory, it's not defeat, it's just time. Bought, borrowed, balanced on a dying woman's heartbeat and a half-pulled lever and the hope that maybe compromise isn't surrender. Maybe it's enough. Chapter 23. The Archive of Breath. The tape deck's older than the collapse. Panasonic RQ2100. Rubber belts melted once already. Cal rewound it by hand using a pencil stub. Now it's sitting on the control room floor, red recording light blinking. I kneel in front of it. Chloe's watching from her spot against the wall. She's stopped bleeding, but the glow in her chest pulses. Irregular. Fading. Every breath sounds like paper tearing. You don't have to do this now, she says. When else? When I'm not. She gestures vaguely at herself. The blood, the light, falling apart. That's exactly why I have to do it now. I press record. The cassette spools. Magnetic tape sliding past the reed head, brown ribbon catching amber light. I lean close to the mic, close enough my breath fogs the plastic casing. Test, I say. 1, 2. My voice plays back, tinny, compressed, but clear. Chloe shifts, her knee cracks. What are you going to record? Everything. That's not specific. Every book I remember, every story, every poem. I rewind. Start again. It's the only library left. She's quiet. Watching. The glow in her chest flickers. Weiss. Holds. I clear my throat. Press record. The Call of the Wild, Jack London, Chapter 1. The words come easy. I've read this one 40 times, memorized it on night watch when there was nothing else to do. That Buck's story. Dog to wolf. Civilization to wild. I speak close to the mic. Let the consonants clip. The tape can't handle sibilance, so I soften the S sounds. Roll my R's. Chloe closes her eyes, listening. Her fingers tap her knee, keeping rhythm. When I finish chapter 1, I don't stop. Go straight into 2, then 3. My throat hurts by chapter 5. I pause. The mic picks it up. I erase it, rewind, do it again clean. You're going to lose your voice, Chloe says. Don't care. Eli. I said I don't care. I keep going. The tape spools, 45 minutes and the deck clicks. End of side A. I flip it. Press record. Start chapter 6. Cal appears in the doorway. He's got a hand-crank generator, portable, military surplus. He sets it next to the deck, plugs it in. Battery's going to die, he says. This'll keep it running. Just crank it every 10 minutes. How long's the tape? 90 minutes total, 45 per side. I need more. He disappears. Comes back with a shoebox, opens it, 12 blank cassettes, still in plastic wrap. He sets them next to me. That's 18 hours, he says, if you record both sides, no breaks. Not enough. It's what we have. I grab the box, stack the tapes. The plastic wrap crinkles. She's not tapping anymore, just sitting, breathing. The glow in her chest is dimmer now. You can't record 847 books in 18 hours, she says. Watch me. Eli, I'm not arguing about this. She goes quiet. I finish The Call of the Wild, start Moby Dick, get through the first 100 pages before my voice cracks. I stop, drink from Cal's canteen. Water tastes like metal. I spit. Start again. The crank generator whines every 10 minutes. I turn it while talking. Multitask. The words don't stop. Ishmael, Ahab, the whale, the ocean, all of it compressed into magnetic tape and tinny speakers. Chloe's pulse is in her wrist. I see it from here, slow, irregular. The glow flickers with each beat. Take a break, she says. No. Your voice is shot. Don't care. Eli, you're dying. The words come out sharp, too loud. The mic clips. I lower my volume. You're dying, and this is all I have. Let me do this. She doesn't argue, just watches. Her fingers trace the blood stain on her shirt, the fabric stiff, dried dark. I finish Moby Dick, start The Great Gatsby, then 1984, then Fahrenheit 451. The irony's not lost on me. Burning books, memorizing books, trying to save words in a world that forgot how to read. 6 hours in my throat's raw. Every swallow hurts. I keep going. The tape deck's warm. The generator whines. Chloe's breathing slows. Eli, she says, soft, almost gone. I stop mid-sentence. Look at her. What? Come here. I crawl over. Sit next to her. She lifts one hand, presses her fingers to my wrist, right where the pulse is. She holds it there. I'm listening, she says. I know. Not to the tape. She taps my wrist. To this. Your heartbeat. It's loud. Sorry, don't be. She closes her eyes. It's the best sound in the world. The grid hums. The tape spools. Her pulse matches mine for 3 beats. Then drifts, slows, comes back, drifts again. You're scared, she says. Yeah. Yeah. Of what? Forgetting. I look at the tape deck, the stack of cassettes. If I don't get it all down, if I miss something, it's gone forever. Then you miss it. That's not acceptable. Eli, it's not. She squeezes my wrist, barely. Her grip's weak. You can't save everything. You're not supposed to. Then what's the point? The point is you try. She opens her eyes. The glow's almost gone now, just faint amber, like embers. And when you can't, when the tape runs out or your voice breaks or I stop breathing, you let it go. You trust that what matters will survive in you, in the kids who hear this, in the dark. I don't trust the dark. I know, she smiles. Blood on her teeth. But maybe you trust me. The tape clicks. End of side B. I don't flip it. Just sit there, holding her hand, listening to her breathe. How many books did you get? She asks. 12. Out of 847. Yeah, that's not bad. It's terrible. It's a start. She coughs. Small, controlled. And starts are all we ever get. I pull the sun painting from my pocket, the one I stole from the kindergarten. It's blood-stained now, dark, rusty brown. I smooth it out, tape it to the inside of the tape deck lid. The crayon sun smiles. Crooked. Wrong. Perfect. Why'd you keep that? Chloe says. Same reason you kept me in the dark. I close the lid. The sun disappears. Because it's proof we were wrong about something. And being wrong means we're still learning. She laughs. This time it's just air. No sound. Her head tilts back, rests against the wall. The glow in her chest flickers, fades, holds. Keep recording, she says. I want to fall asleep to your voice. I flip the tape. Press record. Start The Old Man in the Sea. The generator whines. The tape spools. Chloe's breathing evens out, slows. Her pulse visible in her throat, once, twice, steady. I record for 12 more hours, 33 books total. By the time I finish, my voice is gone. Just rasp, whisper. The mic barely picks it up, but it's there. 42 hours of breath, compressed, preserved, the only archive left. I stop recording, Rewind to the beginning. Press play. My voice comes back younger, stronger. Buck's story. The wild calling. Chloe's fingers twitch, once. Her lips move, mouthing the words she's heard me recite 100 times. The tape plays, we listen. The grid hums, the twilight holds, and for 42 hours, we're not dying. We're just breathing. Together, in the space between. Chapter 24, Ending the Sun. The alarms start at 400. Red lights spinning, the grid pitch spikes, climbs past tolerability into the range that makes your teeth ache. I'm awake before the second rotation. Chloe's slumped against the wall, not moving. Mom. No response. I crawl over, press my fingers to her throat. Pulse is there, faint, irregular. The glow in her chest flickers, dying filament. The control room door slams open. Cal barrels through, face wild. He's got the spectrometer in one hand, wrench in the other. The screen's solid red. He's here, Cal shouts. Who? Calandrino. He stops, stares at me. I'm here, I'm taking this back. I stand, put myself between him and the lever. No, it's not a negotiation. He moves toward the lever. I block him, he shoves me, hard. I hit the floor, elbows crack on metal grating. Cal grabs the lever, hauls it forward. The resistance is immense. He's fighting the detent, the mechanical lock, but he's got rage on his side. Utility over love. The lever clicks. Moves. 10% becomes 20. 30. The grid roars. The pitch jumps. My teeth vibrate. The observation port floods white. Not amber. Not twilight. Pure spectrum. The statue garden outside ignites. Every rotten convulses, drops, goes still, and Chloe starts smoking. Not fire, just heat. Vapor rising from her chest where the bulb sits. The glow intensifies, bright enough to cast shadows. She gasps, eyes snap open. The whites are amber now, all of it. Cal, stop. He doesn't. Pulls harder. 40%. 50. The lever groans. Metal fatigue. It's gonna snap or he's going to hit full draw and flood the world with every kilowatt the grid can push. I roll. Grab the peach can from my pack. It's dented, red and yellow label half peeled. I grip it like a hammer. Cal's at 70% when I hit him. Light the can connects with the base of his skull. Not hard enough to drop him, just enough to stagger. He releases the lever, turns, blood on his hairline. He looks at me, at the can, at Chloe smoking on the floor. You're ending civilization, he says. I'm ending you. He lunges. I swing again. The can catches his temple. This time something breaks. Not the can. Him. He drops. Knees first, then hands, then face. I step over him, grab the lever, pull back. 70 becomes 60. 50. The grid screams. I'm fighting spring tension and momentum and every watt trying to surge forward. My shoulders burn. The lever resists. 40. 30. Chloe's not smoking anymore, just glowing. Bright. She's trying to stand. Can't. Her legs won't hold. She crawls toward me. Fingers leave red streaks on the grating. 20. 15. Cal's moving. Slow. He reaches for my ankle, grabs it, pulls. I stumble but don't let go. The lever's at 12%, almost twilight, almost safe. He yanks. I go down. The lever jerks forward, 15%, and I lose my grip. Cal stands. Blood sheets down his face. He wipes it, smears it worse, steps over me, reaches for the lever. I grab the peach can. It's dented worse now. The label's torn. I swing from the floor, low. The can connects with the master console, not the lever. The console. Glass shatters. Sparks erupt. The can punches through the display panel and hits something vital. Circuit board. Relay. Doesn't matter. The grid shrieks. Pitch drops, the lights cut, everything goes dark. Complete. Total. The kind of dark that presses on your eyeballs. I hear Cal breathing. Hear Chloe gasping, hear the grid dying. The hum fades, drops through audible frequencies into subsonic, into nothing. The world plunges into silence. No twilight, no amber, no glow, just black. I'm on my back, staring at where the ceiling should be. Can't see it, can't see anything. The peach can still in my hand. I feel the metal. Dented past function. Crushed. Eli, Chloe says. Her voice sounds far away. I'm here. What did you do? I ended it. The grid, all of it. Footsteps, Cal's moving. I hear him stumble, hit something, curse. He's looking for the lever, trying to restart what I just finished. It's over, I say. No. His voice cracks. No, 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 it's done. I can fix it. He's crying now. Full sobs. I can bring it back. I just need... There's nothing left to bring back. He stops. The silence stretches. Then I hear him drop to his knees. Hear him press his forehead to the grating. Hear him break. Chloe's still glowing. Faint. Just enough to see her outline. She's on her side, curled. The light in her chest pulses. Slow. Dying. I crawl to her, feel my way across the floor. The grating bites my palms. I find her hand. Hold it. Did we win? She whispers. I don't know. That's honest. She coughs. No blood this time, just air. I'm proud of you. For what? For choosing. Her grip tightens. Barely. Full light would have saved everyone. You picked me instead. That's love. Stupid, selfish, but love. Don't call it selfish. It is. She smiles. I feel it more than see it. And that's okay. We're allowed to be selfish. Just this once. The glow fades. Her pulse slows. I count the beats. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gone. The silence presses. I sit there holding her hand. The warmth leaves her fingers. Slow. I don't let go. Cal's still on the floor, still crying. I hear him muttering. Calculations, formulas, trying to solve for variables that don't exist anymore. Outside, through the dead observation port, I hear the rotten move. Not shambling, not frozen, just moving. Free, free. The dark holds. I look down at the peach can. Crushed, broken. I open my hand, let it roll. It hits the grating, clatters, stops. Somewhere in the roar. Continue our 3:55 p.m. age. A piece of glass clinks. Bulb shard, sharp, final. We brought sunrise to her funeral. And I turned it back to midnight. Chloe's right, it's selfish, but it's done. Chapter 25, Cartographer's Grave. The reactor's collapsing. Not explosion, implosion. Structural failure, I hear it in the walls. Metal groaning, welds popping. The kind of sound that says you have minutes, maybe less. Chloe's not moving. I know because I'm still holding her hand. Cold now. Stiff. The glow's gone. Just darkness and the weight of her fingers in mine. I need to go. Should have gone 5 minutes ago. But letting go means leaving her here. Under tons of concrete and rebar when the core housing fails. Buried in the thing she died trying to save. Another groan. Closer. A support beam gives. I hear it snap. Feel the shudder through the floor. We have to move, Cal says. His voice comes from somewhere left. Can't see him. Just hear him breathing. Fast. Panicked. I know. Now, Eli. We have to move now. I stand. My knees crack. Chloe's hand slips from mine. I reach down, feel her face, her hair, press my palm to her forehead. It's cold. I'm sorry, I say. No answer. Just the reactor dying around us. I turn, start walking, hands out, feeling for walls. The floor's uneven, grating torn loose in places. I trip, catch myself, keep moving. Cal's ahead. I hear him hit the door frame. Curse. He's already in the corridor. I follow the sound, find the threshold, step through. The corridor's worse than the control room. Can't tell which way is out. No lights, no markers, just black and the groaning and my pulse hammering. This way, Cal says. How do you know? I built this. I know the bones. I follow his voice. We move fast. Too fast. I slam into a corner. Catch my shin on something. Keep going. Behind us, the control room collapses. The sound's immense, like thunder compressed into 5 seconds. Dust rushes through the corridor, fills my lungs. I cough, spit, can't see, can't breathe. Cal grabs my wrist, pulls. We run. The access ladder's vertical. I know because I trip on the first rung. Cal's already climbing. I follow, hand over hand. My palms slip, sweat, or blood. Can't tell. The ladder vibrates, the whole shaft shaking, 20 rungs, 30, I lose count. Cal's boots are above me, I follow the sound, the vibration. Another collapse, lower level, the shaft drops pressure, my ears pop. 50 rungs, 60, my arms are burning, I miss a grip. Slip 2 rungs, catch myself, keep climbing. The shaft opens into a maintenance bay. I know because the echo changes. Cal's already moving. I hear him crank a manual door. It groans. Opens. Gray light seeps in, not daylight, just less dark. Ambient glow from somewhere, enough to see shapes, shadows. I stumble into the bay. Cal's at the exit. A steel door. Wheel lock. He's spinning it. The mechanism's seized. He puts his full weight into it. The wheel clicks, turns. The door opens. Outside is twilight. Not grid twilight. Natural, Pre-dawn maybe, or dusk. Hard to tell. The sky's uniform gray, no sun, no stars, just ash and cloud. We're on the surface. Equatorial ridge, the reactor complex spreads below, concrete and rebar. Steam rising from vents, the statue garden's visible, rotten moving through it, not frozen, just walking. Aimless. Free. I turn. Look at the reactor tower. It's cracked, fissure running from base to peak. Steam vents from the wound. As I watch another support fails, the tower tilts. 5 degrees. 10. Stops. It's gonna fall, Cal says. I know. We need to run. I know. I don't move. Just watch. The tower tilts further. Concrete shears, a chunk the size of a car detaches, drops. Hits the courtyard, shatters. Eli, she's still in there. She's dead. I know. Then let's go. I turn. Start walking. Away from the reactor. Away from Chloe. My feet move, but I don't feel them. Just numb. Hollow. Behind us, the tower falls. The sound's wrong. Too low. Too deep. Like the world splitting. I don't look back. Just keep walking. The path steep. Scree and dust. My boots slip. I catch myself. Keep going. Cal's beside me, silent. His face is streaked with blood and graphite. He's limping. Where are we going, I say. Away. That's not specific. It's all I've got. We reach the ridgeline. The valley spreads below. No amber glow. No grid hum. Just gray. Ash settling. The rotten are everywhere. Moving slow. Not hunting. Just wandering. I stop. Pull the tape deck from my pack. Check it. No cracks. The sun painting still taped inside. I open the battery compartment. Dead. I shake the crank generator. It rattles. Something loose inside. Broken. We can fix it, Cal says. Can we? Maybe. I close the compartment. Tuck the deck back in my pack. We start down the ridge. The path switchbacks. Loose rock. I slide more than walk. Cal's ahead. His limp's worse. He's favoring his left leg. Halfway down I look back. The reactor tower's gone. Just rubble. Steam rising. The control room's buried under 50 feet of concrete. Chloe's grave. No marker. No words. Just wait. I try to remember the color of the peach can. Red and yellow. But now, standing here, I can't picture it. Just the shape, the dent, the way it felt in my hand before I smashed the console. She said you'd forget, Cal says. What? The colors, she told me. Before you met me, she said you'd grow up in the dark and forget what things look like. She was right. She usually was. Not about everything. No, not everything. We reach the valley floor. The ground's soft, ash and dust. My boots sink, leave prints. The rotten don't notice us. Just keep walking. Their eyes are milky, blind. The spores rotted the nerves years ago. One passes close, female, maybe 30 when she turned. Her jaw's gone, just exposed teeth and bone. She bumps into me, doesn't react, just changes direction, keeps walking. I watch her go, disappear into the gray. What now? Cal says. I don't know. That's honest. It's all I've got. We walk, no destination. Just movement, away from the reactor, away from the grave. The valley stretches, endless, gray on gray. The rotten wander. We wander. Somewhere ahead there's survivors, maybe, people who heard the grid hum and traveled toward it, hoping they're scattered now, lost, looking for the light that just died. I've got their archive in my pack. 42 hours of breath, 33 books. Not enough, but maybe enough. We walk. The ash settles, the world holds its breath. And somewhere behind us, buried under rubble and concrete, Chloe's knees are finally straight, finally quiet, finally unbent. No more cracks, no more rhythm, no more pain, just silence and rest. Chapter 26, The Sound Born. 3 weeks out from the reactor, we find the first camp. 27 survivors, all ages, huddled in what used to be a freight station. They've got a fire going, burning pre-collapse pallets. The smoke's thick, but they don't care. Heat matters more than clean air. They see us coming. Cal's limping worse now, something tore in his knee. I'm supporting half his weight. We must look like hell because nobody moves. Just watch. Hands on makeshift weapons. Pipes, rebar, one's got a crossbow. Grid? Someone calls. Male voice. Older? Dead, I say. Silence. Then the crossbow lowers. The man steps forward. 60s maybe. Hard to tell. Everyone looks older now. You're the ones who ran it, he says. Not a question. Yeah. What happened? We broke it. He processes this, looks at Cal, at me, at the pack on my back. Why? Because it was going to end us. Another silence, longer. Then he nods, steps aside, gestures to the fire. Come in. You look like shit. We sit. The fire's too hot, but I don't move. Just let it burn my face. Cal collapses next to me, stretches his leg. Someone hands me water, plastic bottle, quarter full. I drink. Pass it to Cal. The survivors watch, waiting. Finally, a woman speaks. 30s. Pregnant. Very. You have anything? She asks. Like what? Food, medicine, light. I pull the tape deck from my pack, set it on the ground. The survivors lean in, staring, like it's alien technology. What is it? The pregnant woman says. Archive. I open the battery compartment, show them. Dead right now, but if we can fix the generator, archive of what? Books, stories, everything I could remember. The old man picks up the deck, turns it over, checks the cassette. How many? The old 33. Titles? I list them. The Call of the Wild, Moby Dick, Gatsby, 1984, on and on. The survivors listen. Some recognize the names, most don't. The pregnant woman starts crying, just silent tears. She wipes them. Doesn't explain. Can I hear it? She says. Battery's dead. I know, but she looks at the old man. Marcus can fix things. Maybe he can fix this. Marcus takes the deck, examines the crank generator, the broken rattle inside. He shakes his head. Internal flywheel's shattered, needs replacement. Do we have one? No. But he digs through a pack, pulls out a small DC motor salvaged from something. I can wire this. Couple batteries. Won't last long, but it'll play. Do it, I say. He works. 20 minutes. The survivors wait. Silent. The fire crackles. Cal's asleep against the wall, snoring. Marcus finishes, holds up the deck, 2 AA batteries duct taped to the side, wires running into the power jack. Crude, but functional. He presses play, my voice comes out, younger, clearer. Buck's story, the wild calling. The survivors lean in, listening. Some close their eyes, the pregnant woman's crying again. Harder. She presses both hands to her belly. He's going to hear stories, she whispers. My son, he's going to grow up with stories. The tape plays, 20 minutes in it clicks. End of side A. Marcus flips it, presses play. The Call of the Wild continues. The survivors don't move, just listen, like it's scripture. When the tape ends, nobody speaks. The fire's lower now. Embers. The old man clears his throat. You did good, he says. We ended the grid. You saved this. He taps the deck. That's bigger. How? Because light burns out, always does. But stories, he shakes his head, stories stay if you teach them right. A kid approaches, maybe 12. Female. She's holding a stick. Charred end. She kneels next to me. Can you teach me to read? She asks. Read what? That. She points at the deck. The words you said, I want to see them. There's no paper. There's bark and walls and dirt. She shows me the stick. I've been drawing since I was little. Shapes, symbols, but I don't know what they mean. I want to know. I look at Marcus, at the pregnant woman, at the survivors watching, waiting. Yeah, I say, I can teach you. The kid smiles, hands me the stick. I take it, look at the dirt floor, press the charred end down, draw the letter A. She watches, traces it with her finger. That's A, I say. What's it mean? By itself? Nothing. But combine it with others. I draw more letters. C-A-L-L, and you get words. And words make stories. She traces each letter, slow, careful. When she finishes, she looks up. Show me more. I do. The survivors watch. More kids approach, adults too. I draw letters in the dirt, on bark, on the concrete walls. They copy, practice. Some get it fast, others struggle. Doesn't matter. They're trying. By morning, the freight station's covered. Letters everywhere. Random combinations, gibberish mostly, but mixed in there's real words. Fire, dark, hope, light. The pregnant woman traces light, presses her palm to it. That's what it looked like, she asks. Yeah, it's beautiful. The tape plays. I've rewound it 3 times now. Same stories. The survivors don't care. They listen like it's new every time. Some mouth the words, memorizing. Marcus pulls me aside. You're building something, he says. What? A culture. Sound-based. Touch-based. He gestures at the letters. They'll learn to read by feel, hear stories on tape, pass them down through voice and touch. It's not better than before, but it's not worse, just different. Is that enough? Has to be. He claps my shoulder, because it's all we've got. The survivors leave at dawn, most of them, heading to other camps. They take the letters with them, drawn on bark, scratched into metal. They'll teach others, spread the archive. The pregnant woman stays. She's close. Maybe a week. Marcus says she shouldn't travel, too risky. She doesn't argue, just sits by the fire, hands on her belly, listening to the tape loop. I sit next to her. We don't talk, just listen. Buck running through snow, the wild calling. What are you going to name him? I say finally. Haven't decided. She looks at me. Got any suggestions? Elias. That's your name. Yeah. She smiles. Then maybe something else. Something new. Something that belongs to him, not us. Like what? I don't know yet, but I'll know when I hear it. She presses play again. My voice fills the station. Old Man and the Sea. Santiago fighting the marlin. Maybe something from these stories, a name that means hope or strength or survival. Those are the same thing now. No. She shakes her head. Hope's different. Hope's choosing to keep going when everything says stop. That's rarer than strength, rarer than survival. The tape plays, we listen, the fire burns down, and somewhere in the gray, in the camps spreading across the wasteland, people are learning to read by touch, learning stories by ear, building a world where culture doesn't need light, just breath and belief. The archive survives, and that's enough. Chapter 27, Peach Tree at 0 latitude. The equator's 200 kilometers south, takes us 11 days on foot. Cal's knee gives out on day 4. We make a crutch from rebar. He uses it, doesn't complain, just limps. The other survivors scatter, going north, east, away from the reactor. We're the only ones going south. Toward the glass highway, toward the line where Chloe's knees first failed. The equator isn't marked. No sign, no monument, just a gradient. The air gets warmer, less ash. The rotten are sparse here. Don't like the heat. We see them in the distance, wandering, but they don't approach. On day 11, we reach it. 0 latitude. I know because the stars rotate evenly, north and south, perfect balance. The ground's different here. Less ash, more dirt, actual dirt, not dust, not glass. Soil. I kneel, press my palm to it. It's warm. Here, I say. Cal drops his crutch, sits. You sure? Yeah, I dig. No tools, just hands. The soil's soft, comes up easy. I dig until I hit moisture, maybe 3 feet down, then I stop. From my pack, I pull the peach pit. Been carrying it since the kindergarten, wrapped in cloth, protected. I unwrap it. The pit's shriveled, dark, might be dead, might not. Only one way to know. I set it in the hole, cover it, pat the soil down, press my palm flat, feel the warmth. That's it? Cal says. That's it. What if it doesn't grow? Then it doesn't. Seems anticlimactic. Yeah, we sit. Watch the dirt. Nothing happens. Obviously, trees don't sprout in minutes. Cal knows this. So do I. But we sit anyway. Waiting. Like if we watch long enough, the ground will crack and a sapling will emerge. It doesn't. After an hour, I stand, brush the dirt off my knees. From my pack, I pull the peach can. What's left of it? Crushed, dented past recognition. But there's a shard still attached, sharp, glass from the master console, embedded when I smashed it. I pry the shard loose, it comes free. Catches the gray light, I punch a hole in the can, thread a piece of wire through, make a loop, hang it from a stick I jab in the ground next to the mound. The wind blows, the shard swings, hits the can. Soft metallic ring, not loud, just present. A bell, Cal says. Yeah. For what? For her. For the tree, for whatever survives. I step back, look at it, the crushed can, the shard, the dirt. First music of the new world. It's just wind, yeah. But it's not, it's rhythm, pattern. The shard hits the can, pause, hits again, not random, not chaos, just cause and effect. Wind pushes, metal rings, simple, true. We listen. The sound carries, not far, maybe 10 meters, but in the gray it feels infinite, like the whole valley's holding its breath to hear it. Cal stands, limps to the mound, kneels, presses his palm to the dirt. I'm sorry, he says. For what? for the lever, for pushing it, for trying to save the wrong thing. He doesn't look at me, just at the dirt. I thought utility mattered more than love. I was wrong. You weren't wrong. You were just... I stop, think, asking the wrong question. What should I have asked? Not what saves the most people, what makes the people we save worth saving. I sit next to him. If we lose the stories, the art, the stupid sentimental gestures, then what's the point? We're just surviving, not living. He's quiet. The bell rings, the wind blows. She knew that, he says finally. Your mother. That's why she fought me, not because she didn't care about civilization, because she cared about you more, and you're what makes civilization matter. I'm nobody. No. You're the archive, the teacher, the planter. He gestures at the mound. You're the one who believes trees can grow in poison. That's not nobody. That's everything. The bell rings. So I close my eyes. Listen, try to hear Chloe in it. Her knee cracks, her breathing, the sound of her fingers on my wrist. Counting heartbeats, it's not there, just wind and metal. But maybe that's enough. Maybe remembering doesn't mean hearing the exact sound, just knowing it happened. Knowing it mattered. I open my eyes, the mound's unchanged, no sprout, no life. Just dirt and a bell and two men sitting in the gray. What do we do now? Cal says, we wait. For what? For the tree, for the survivors, for whatever comes next. I stand, brush the dirt off, and we teach. Anyone who wants to learn. We teach them to read by touch, to remember by voice, to survive without light. And if they don't want to learn, then we teach them anyway, because someone taught us and we owe them the same. Cal nods, stands, picks up his crutch. We start walking, north, back toward the freight station, toward the survivors, toward the camps spreading across the wasteland. Behind us the bell rings, soft, steady. The shard hits the can, the wind blows, the dirt holds the pit. And maybe, weeks from now, months, years, something green will push through, something living, a peach tree at 0 latitude, growing in poison, rooted in darkness, reaching toward a sky that forgot what color means, but reaching anyway. Because that's what living things do. They reach, even when it's pointless, even when the light's dead and the grid's collapsed and the world's turned gray, they reach. And sometimes, just sometimes, they touch something real. Chapter 28, The Broken Lantern Sermon. The antenna tower's been here since before the collapse, rusted, leaning, but standing, 40 meters tall, maybe more. The static cult used to gather here, prey to the white noise. Cal says they finished anyone who tried to broadcast. Something about signal purity, about not corrupting the divine voice. They're gone now, scattered, but the tower remains. I climb. The ladder's missing rungs. I skip them, pull myself up, hand over hand, my palms slip. Sweat or dew, can't tell. Below me the camp spreads, 50 survivors now, growing. They watch me climb, silent. Cal's at the base, holding the transmitter, salvaged from the reactor, battery-powered. He rebuilt it, stripped parts from 3 dead units, made one that works. Range is maybe 50 kilometers, assuming anyone's listening. I reach the platform, 30 meters up. The wind's stronger here, colder. I clip my safety line. Not that it matters, the anchors rust. If I fall, the line goes with me. The transmitter's already mounted. Cal climbed yesterday, set it up, tested it. All I have to do is talk. I pull the tape from my pocket, not the archive. A new recording, something I made last night, alone, by the fire. 42 seconds, that's all. I plug it into the transmitter, check the connections, everything's solid. I flip the power switch, red light, then green, broadcasting. I press play. My voice comes out, tinny, compressed, but clear. We are the circuit breakers. Our choices arc across generations. We don't control the current. We just decide when to open, when to close, when to let it burn, and when to end the light to save what matters. Pause. 2 seconds. Then I still fear the dark, but I fear forgetting more. So I'm teaching anyone who will listen. Come find us. We'll show you how to read without seeing, how to remember without writing, how to survive without light. Another pause. Then, this is Elias Morrow. I'm nobody, but I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere. The recording loops, starts again. I let it play, lean against the railing, look out over the valley. The gray's lighter today, less ash. I can see farther, maybe 10 kilometers. The rotten move through it, slow, aimless, free. Something moves in the periphery, fast, deliberate. I turn, see it climbing the tower, not human, wrong shape, too angular, alpha. I freeze. The alpha climbs, no ladder, just claws on rusted metal. It's fast. 15 meters in 10 seconds. 20. The clicks start. Echolocation. Mapping the tower. Mapping me. I look at the transmitter, the looping message, the green light. If I turn it off, the alpha might lose interest, might climb back down, might leave. But the message stops. I leave it on. The alpha's at 25 meters, 5 below me, close enough to see details. Crystallized corneas, glinting, jaw unhinged, too many teeth. The clicks get faster, it's triangulating, knows exactly where I am. I reach into my pack, pull out the knee brace, Chloe's. The hinges still squeak, I hold it up. Flex it, the joints crack, 432 hertz. Perfect. The alpha freezes. Mid-climb. The clicks stop. It tilts its head. Listening. Trying to process. I crack the brace again. Louder. The alpha shudders. Drops 1 meter. Catches itself. Clings to the tower. Paralyzed. 3 minutes. That's all the frequency buys. I crack the brace every 30 seconds. Keeping it stunned. Below me the camp's moving. People running. Some toward the tower. Most away. Cal's still at the base. Shouting. I can't hear him, just see his mouth moving. He's pointing, not at the alpha, at something else. I look, see them, more alphas, 3, no, 5, climbing the supports drawn by the broadcast, by the sound. I crack the brace, the closest alpha freezes. The others keep coming, not enough hands, not enough time. The transmitter loops, my voice plays. We are the circuit breakers. The first alpha reaches the platform. I crack the brace, it freezes. But the second's right behind. I swing the brace, hit it, the metal cracks bone. The alpha falls. Doesn't scream, just drops. Silent. The third alpha's faster, smarter. It doesn't climb direct, circles. Comes at me from the side. I spin, crack the brace. It freezes. But now there's 2 behind me. I'm surrounded. The transmitter loops. Our choices arc across generations. I look at Cal. He's climbed the first 5 meters, trying to help, but he's slow. His knee. He won't make it in time. The alphas move, synchronized. They've learned, adapted. The 432 hertz only works if they're alone. In a pack, they compensate. Cover each other, I crack the brace, one freezes, the others lunge, I jump, not off the tower, just to the ladder, grab a rung, swing. My boots hit an alpha. It falls, I catch myself, start climbing down. Fast, the alphas follow. 10 meters, 15, the ladder's slick. I slip, catch myself, keep going. Cal's climbing up, we meet at 20 meters. He's got a pipe, swings it. Hits an alpha, the sound's wet, wrong. The alpha falls, crashes into the supports, doesn't get up, we climb down together, back to back. The alphas follow, but they're cautious now. Slow, we reach the base, touch ground, run. The transmitter's still broadcasting, my voice loops. I still fear the dark. Behind us, the alphas reach the platform. They circle the transmitter, clicking, trying to understand. One touches it, the speaker pops. Feedback. The alpha recoils, then it swings. Claws rake the transmitter. Plastic shatters. The broadcast cuts. Silence. We're 50 meters away. Cal pulls me behind cover, a concrete barrier. We crouch, watch. The alphas climb down. Slow. They've lost interest. The sound's gone. They wander, disperse, disappear into the gray. Cal's breathing hard. That was insane. Yeah, you could have died. Yeah, and you did it anyway. Yeah. He looks at me. Why? Because someone needs to hear it. The message. Even if it's just one person, even if they don't understand, they need to know we're here, that we're trying. I stand, brush the dust off. And if that means admitting I'm scared, that I'm broken, then fine. I'll admit it, because vulnerability's not weakness, it's honesty, and honesty's the only currency left. Cal stands, limps to the tower, looks up. The transmitter's destroyed, sparking, smoking. He shakes his head. We can rebuild it, he says. Can we? Yeah, I've got parts. It'll take time, but... He stops, looks at me. But we can. I nod. Look at the tower, at the platform, at the place where I almost died to send a message nobody might have heard. And I smile, because maybe that's the point. Not whether anyone hears, just that we tried, that we stood on the edge and shouted into the gray and didn't give up when the darkness shouted back. The knee brace is still in my hand, bent now. One hinge snapped, but the other's intact. Still squeaks, still cracks. I'll fix it, later. Make it into something. A bell maybe, or a chime. Something that keeps the rhythm, keeps the sound, because sound's all we have now. And if we're going to survive, we need to make it count. Every crack, every ring, every broadcast into the void, we make it count. Chapter 29, Cartilage Bell. The knee brace hangs from my fingers, aluminum frame, canvas straps rotted through, the hinges still work barely. When I shake it, they click. Soft and rhythmic, 432 hertz. Same frequency as the peach can, same frequency that kept us alive. I'm sitting outside what used to be the Eden grid. It's been years. The reactor's cold now. Silent. The valley's grown over, grass and vines reclaiming the concrete. The statue garden's gone, bones scattered where the rotten finally collapsed after we pulled the power. After Mom pulled the power. I bend one of the hinges. It resists, stiff from disuse. I work it back and forth until it loosens, clicks more freely. A woman approaches, mid-20s, named Sarah. She's been with the settlement for 3 months. Still learning sign language. Most of us communicate that way now. Quieter, safer. She signs. What are you making? Wind chime, I say. Still use voice sometimes, when it matters. Why? For my mother. She sits, watches me work. I'm threading wire through the brace's hinges, spacing them so they'll hit each other when the wind blows. She had arthritis, I continue. Bad. Her joints would crack at this exact frequency. Used to drive me crazy. The sound. And now I miss it. I test the chime. Shake it. The hinges click together. The note's wrong, too high. I adjust the spacing. Try again. Better. Sarah's watching my hands. I realize she's looking at the scars. Left palm from the turbine duct. Right wrist from that time an alpha got too close. My fingers are bent wrong. Broke them 2 years ago and they didn't set properly. I'm becoming the arthritis I used to fear. How long, she signs. How long what? Until you're like her. Already am. Joints started calcifying last winter. Genetic markers finally expressing. I flex my fingers. They crack. Same pitch as the brace. Give it 5 years, I'll be barely mobile. I'm sorry, don't be. She lasted 42 years with it. If I get that, I'll be lucky. The chime's almost done. I hang it from a piece of rebar sticking out of the grid's remains. The wind catches it immediately. The hinges swing, click together. The sound carries across the valley. Pure, clear. 432 hertz. Around us, people stop, listen. Some of them are old enough to remember the peach can, remember what that sound meant. Paralysis, safety, 3-minute windows, but there are no rotten left to paralyze, haven't been for years. The sound's just music now. A kid runs up, maybe 7, born after the collapse, after the grid, never seen electric light. What's that? She asks. Wind chime. What's it for? Remembering. Remembering what? I look at the chime, at the aluminum glinting in twilight. Someone who carried pain so I didn't have to. Someone who turned her weakness into a weapon. The kid doesn't understand. Too young. But she reaches for the chime anyway. Touches it. The hinges click. She laughs. It sounds like my grandmother. Yeah? When she walks, her knees make that sound. Then she's strong, I say. Stronger than she knows. The kid runs off. Back to whatever game she was playing. Sarah's still sitting. Signs you loved her? Still do. Even though she's gone? Especially because she's gone. I stand. My own knees crack. Lower pitch than the chime, but close. Love doesn't stop when the person does. It just changes shape. We walk back toward the settlement. 50 people, maybe 60. All of them survivors. All of them adapted to the dim world. Behind us, the wind chime sings. Someone tries to take it 2 days later. I'm sleeping when I hear the sound. Different pitch, wrong rhythm. The chime's being handled, not swaying. I get up, quiet. Grab the knife I keep under my bedroll. Outside, there's a man. Late 30s. Wiry. New to the settlement. Arrived last week with a group from the north. He's examining the chime, testing the hinges, calculating their worth. Put it down, I say. He turns, sees the knife. Doesn't look concerned. Need the metal. We're building a water filter. Build it with something else. There isn't anything else. Not this gauge, not this pure. Not interested. He sets the chime down. Careful. Then straightens. You're being sentimental about scrap metal. It's not scrap. It's aluminum and canvas, useful materials wasted on decoration. It's memory. Memory doesn't purify water. I step closer. The knife's visible now in the moonlight. Neither does your face, but I'm not asking you to donate that. He stares, then laughs. Short, sharp. You'd fight me over a wind chime? Yes. That's insane. Probably. We stand there, two people in the dark, both stubborn, both convinced we're right. Finally, he steps back, hands up. Fine. Keep your metal. We'll find another solution. He walks away. I rehang the chime. Check the wire. Still secure. Behind me, Sarah's watching. She must have followed when she heard voices. You'd really hurt him? She signs. If I had to. Over a memory? Over what the memory represents. I touch the chime. The hinges click softly. She taught me that carrying pain doesn't make you weak. It makes you adaptable. She weaponized her arthritis, used it to save us. And this, I shake the chime. This is proof that wounds can become tools, that broken things still have purpose. But he was right. It is just metal. No, it's a story, and stories are the only things worth fighting for anymore. The wind picks up, the chime sings, and in the settlement, people stop to listen. By the end of the week, there are 3 more chimes. One's made from a surgical brace, knee joint, pre-collapse. Another's fashioned from spoons bent at specific angles. The third is finger bones. Someone's grandmother died last winter. The family hung her remains. The sound's everywhere now. When the wind blows, the settlement sings, 432 hertz. Over and over, a chorus of paralysis that no longer paralyzes anything, just reminds us we're alive. Sarah asks why I'm smiling. Because Mom would have loved this, I say. Would have hated it too, but loved it more. That doesn't make sense. She was complicated like that. Loved me by trying to keep me in darkness. Hated herself for it. But the love was real even when the method was wrong. You miss her. Every day, but less painfully now. More like, I search for the word, fondly. Like she's still here, just changed frequency. The chimes agree. Clicking in the wind. That night I dream of her. We're in the control room. Before the end, before the alphas and the fire and the choice. She's showing me how to crack her knuckles to echolocate. Bend the finger just so. Let the joints separate. The sound comes naturally. See, she says, every flaw's a feature if you use it right. It hurts you though. Pain's just information. Tells you you're still capable of breaking. Still human. I don't want to be human if it means hurting like you. She smiles. Sad. Certain. You will anyway. Genetics don't lie. In 10 years, you'll crack like I do. Your joints will calcify. Your knees will give out. Then what? Then you'll learn what I learned, that the body's not a temple, it's a tool, and tools wear out. The trick is using them well before they break. I wake up. My hands are cramping, fingers bent at wrong angles. I straighten them. They crack. 432 hertz. Outside, the wind chimes answer. I laugh until I cry until it turns back into laughter. She's still teaching me, even gone, even years past, still showing me how to turn weakness into song. The next morning, the man from before approaches. I was wrong, he says. About? The chime. I understand now. It's not decoration. No, it's culture, identity, memory preserved in metal. He hesitates. I want to help build more. I study him, looking for sarcasm, insincerity. Don't find either. Why? Because my daughter asked what the sound meant, and I realized I didn't have an answer. Couldn't tell her why people hung broken braces on rebar. He looks at Mom's chime. But I want her to grow up knowing that humans remember, that we honor our wounds. I nod. There's a cache of medical braces in the old grid storage, basement level. Bring whatever you find. Thank you. Don't thank me. Thank the woman who carried arthritis like armor. He leaves. Sarah joins me. Signs, you're building an archive. A monument, what's the difference? Archives preserve facts. Monuments preserve feelings. I touch the chime. This isn't about remembering what happened. It's about remembering how it felt, the love, the sacrifice, the choice to keep going even when your body's betraying you. That's beautiful. That's human. The wind picks up. All the chimes sing together now, different pitches but harmonizing, creating something larger than individual notes. A symphony of calcified joints, an anthem for the broken, Mom's song. By sunset, there are 12 chimes, the settlements ringed with them, hanging from every available protrusion. When the wind blows, and it always blows at dusk, the valley fills with clicking, 432 hertz, overlapping, interfering, creating beats and harmonics. The kids dance to it. They don't know why. Just know it makes them happy. The adults sit, listen. Remember people who cracked the same way. I'm standing at the valley's edge, looking out at what used to be the statue garden. It's empty now, just grass, just bones. But I can still see them. The frozen rotten, standing guard over nothing. Can still hear Mom's knee crack as she used her body as bait. Can still feel the weight of the jacket sled as I dragged her through darkness. Sarah approaches, doesn't sign, just sits next to me. We listen to the chimes. After a while she says, "Do you think it was worth it?" What? Everything. The grid, the bloom, the sacrifice. I think about it, really think. Ask me in 10 years, I finally say. Why 10 years? Because that's when my joints will be as bad as hers were, when I'll really understand what it cost her to keep moving. I flex my hands. They crack. Right now, I just know intellectually, but soon I'll know viscerally, in my bones, literally. And then I'll be able to answer honestly. The wind picks up, the chimes sing louder, and somewhere in the harmony, I swear I hear her laugh. Chapter 30, Twilight Myth. The kids ask about color. We're sitting around the fire, 18 of us, 3 generations, and the youngest points at the sky. What was blue? The adults look at each other. No one answers immediately. How do you describe something you haven't seen in years? Something that's becoming myth? It was... I start. Stop. Start again. It was the sound of thirst quenched. The kid frowns. That doesn't make sense. No, but it's true. Sarah's translating to sign for the deaf members. Her hands move. Blue equals water, sound equals satisfaction. An old woman, grandmother to half the settlement, speaks up. Green was soft, like moss, like it would hold you if you fell. Another voice. Red was sharp, made you careful. Yellow was warm, not hot, just present. The kids are confused, trying to reconcile sounds and feelings with visual concepts they've never experienced. Show us, one says. Can't, I reply. Light's gone, has been for years. But you remember. I remember what it felt like to see it. That's different than seeing. The kid's not satisfied, crosses arms. Then what's the point of remembering? Good question. Hard question. I look at the fire. It's not light, not the way the grid was, just enough to see faces, to feel warmth. Twilight at best. The point, I say slowly, is that memory's truer than fact. Facts are what happened. Memory's what it meant. That doesn't. Listen. I lean forward. Your mother, she ever tell you about the peach? The kid shakes her head. Before the collapse, there were fruits, peaches, oranges, things that grew in light, and they had colors, specific colors, but I can't remember the exact shade of a peach, can't picture it accurately. I tap my temple, but I remember what it felt like to want one, to be thirsty and know that fruit would fix it. That memory, that feeling, is more real than the color ever was. The kid thinks about this. So when you say blue is thirst quenched, I mean blue felt like satisfaction, like completeness, like the moment after you drink and the water's still cool in your throat. And green? Safety, softness, the feeling of lying in grass and knowing nothing's hunting you. Yellow? Presence, attention, the feeling of being seen. The kid nods, starting to understand. And red? Urgency, sharpness, the feeling of pay attention or regret it. Around the fire, people are nodding, adding their own translations, Blue is peace, green is rest, yellow is recognition, red is warning. The colors are becoming emotions, sensations, things that can exist without light. That's how we survive, I say, by turning what we lost into what we need, vision into feeling, facts into meaning. Sarah signs. That's beautiful. That's necessary. Later, alone, I walk to Mom's grave. It's not really a grave. No body. She bloomed in the control room. I didn't have time to retrieve her remains before the reactor sealed. So I made a marker instead. Stone cairn. Wind chime hanging above. I kneel. My knees crack. Left first, then right. The sound echoes. They're asking about colors, I tell her. The kids, and I'm translating them into sensations. Hope that's okay. The wind chime clicks. Agreement, maybe, or just wind. I used your method, teaching them to interpret the world through sound and touch instead of sight. I pause. Guess you were right all along. Darkness isn't the enemy. It's just different. Crack. My knuckles now. I'm getting worse, the arthritis, spreading faster than I expected. I flex my hands. They don't straighten all the way anymore. Doctor says I have maybe 5 years before I'm immobile. Same trajectory as you. The chime sings. I'm not scared, though. Not like I used to be. I stand, knees protesting, because you taught me that mobility's not the same as capability, that even when your body fails, your purpose doesn't have to. I touch the chime. The hinges click. Thank you, I say, for everything, for the pain, for the love, for showing me that broken things can still sing. The wind picks up. The chime harmonizes with the others across the settlement, dozens of them now, all clicking at 432 hertz, all honoring wounds. I walk away, each step a small crack, each crack a small song. Mom's legacy, played through my joints. The settlement's changing, more chimes appear every week. People are crafting them from anything that clicks at the right frequency. Bottle caps, shell fragments, bone. We're becoming a culture of sound. The kids learn to navigate by echo, clap their hands and listen for the return, map the world through reverb and delay. The adults teach them to fight the same way. Sarah's particularly good at it, can hear movement 50 meters out, knows when someone's approaching by the way air moves. We're adapting, evolving, not in the fungal way, in the human way, using creativity instead of mutation, culture instead of biology. I'm teaching a class on cartography, but not visual maps, audio maps, showing kids how to chart terrain using sound reflection, where cliffs are by echo duration, where water is by resonance. They call me the sound cartographer. I don't correct them. One night, Sarah asks the question I've been avoiding. Do you regret it? She signs. Regret what? The grid. The light. The choice to turn it on knowing it would end you. We're in my shelter. Small space. Insulated. Private. I think about her question. Really think. No, I finally say. Why not? Because the alternative was worse. Living in darkness forever, never knowing if light was possible. Never trying. I pause. Mom used to say that safety's not the same as living, that survival's just postponed death unless you're moving toward something. And you were moving toward light. We were moving toward choice, the ability to decide whether light was worth the cost. I touch my knees. They crack. Turns out it wasn't. Not full light, but the attempting, the trying, that was worth everything. Even your life, especially my life, because now I know that humans can still adapt, still create, still find purpose in the dark. I gesture at the settlement. We're not just surviving anymore. We're building culture, identity, memory. Because of your mother. Because of her flaw, her arthritis, the thing she was ashamed of became the thing that saved us. I smile. She taught me that weakness is just unrecognized strength, that every disadvantage is an advantage waiting to be discovered. That's a good philosophy. It's the only philosophy worth having. We sit in silence. Outside, the chimes sing. Eventually she asks, what happens when you can't walk anymore? Same thing that happened to her. I become useful in different ways. Maybe I teach more. Maybe I just hang here and click in rhythm with the wind chimes. I shrug. Bodies fail, purposes don't have to. You're not scared. I'm terrified, But terror and purpose aren't mutually exclusive. Light, she taught me that too. 5 years pass. My prediction was accurate. I can't walk anymore. Knees gave out last winter, hips followed. Now I sit mostly, teach from a chair. Kids bring questions. I answer when I can, but my hands still work, still crack at perfect pitch. And I've started composing. Not music exactly, more like rhythmic patterns, sequences of cracks that tell stories. 2 knuckles plus 1 knee equals beginning. 3 fingers plus wrist equals journey. Full hand crack equals arrival. The kids are learning it, creating their own compositions. We're developing a language of joints, a way to communicate that doesn't require voice or sight, just careful articulation of our decay. Mom would love it, would hate that I'm this broken, but love that the breaking has purpose. Today a child asks about the peach tree. Where is it, she says. Equator, where I planted the pit 10 years ago. Does it grow? Don't know. Haven't been back. Why not? Can't walk that far anymore, she frowns, thinks, but someone should check, see if it lived. Probably. I could go. You're 7. So, you were 18 when you walked there. Fair point. It's dangerous, I say. Alphas might still be active. But you'd want to know. If the tree lived, I would. Desperately. Okay, I say, but not alone. Take Sarah. Take weapons. And I crack my knuckles, the sequence for careful journey. Remember what the sound means. She nods. Runs off to prepare. They return 3 weeks later. I'm sitting by Mom's cairn when they arrive. Sarah's carrying something. Wrapped in cloth, she kneels, unwraps it, a branch, peach tree branch, covered in bark. At the tip, a single bud. It's alive, Sarah signs. I stare at the branch, at the bud, at the proof that something I planted actually took root. And, I ask, and there are others, people camping around it. They heard the wind chimes from the tree. The bulb shard you hung, it's become a shrine. A what? They worship it. Call it the first light. Say it's proof that humans can coexist with twilight. I laugh. Can't help it. I hung a piece of broken glass as a joke, as a memorial. Now it's a religion. That's insane. That's human. She smiles. They asked about you, the planter, the sound cartographer. They want to know your story. Did you tell them? I said you'd tell them yourself, if they come here. And they're coming. 50 of them, maybe more. They want to learn the language of cracks, want to understand how to turn pain into purpose. I look at the branch, at Mom's cairn, at the settlement full of wind chimes. Good, I say, let them come. They arrive in waves, pilgrims from the equator, carrying branches, bringing stories, all of them asking the same question. How do we survive twilight? And I tell them, all of them, every person who asks, you survive by accepting that darkness isn't absence. It's presence. Different presence, but presence. I crack my knuckles. The sound carries. You survive by finding new ways to see, new ways to communicate, new ways to matter. But what about light? Someone asks. What about the future? Light was the past, twilight's the present, and the future. I gesture at the chimes, at the kids navigating by echo, at the culture we've built. The future's whatever we create in the dim. They listen, learn. Some stay, some return to the tree. But they all take the same thing, the knowledge that human worth isn't measured in what we've lost. It's measured in what we create with what remains. I'm dying. The spectrometer, salvaged, repaired, tells me I have maybe 6 months. The spores are blooming. Finally, after all these years catching up with me, I'm not scared. Sarah's with me. She's learned to understand my crack sequences even when I can barely vocalize them. What do you want? She signs. To see the tree, I crack. The sequence takes effort. Fingers barely bend anymore. We can arrange that. No, not possible. Can't travel. Then we bring the tree to you. How? Cuttings. We'll plant them here. In your sight line, you can watch them grow. I crack agreement. The pattern for good plan. She leaves, returns with saplings, 6 of them, peach cuttings, tiny, fragile. We plant them in a circle around Mom's cairn, 1 for each month I have left. Will they live? I crack. Probably not enough light. Then why plant them? Because trying matters more than succeeding. You taught us that. I crack laughter. The sequence is complicated, requires both hands and both knees, takes a full minute to articulate. She understands anyway. The kids ask what happens after. After what? After you bloom. After you're gone. I'm sitting in my chair. Can't stand anymore. Can barely crack. But I manage the sequence for story continues. What does that mean, they ask. Means I'm not the story. You are. I'm just the chapter that showed you darkness isn't death, that weakness isn't failure, that pain can be music. But without you, with or without me, you know how to navigate, how to communicate, how to honor your wounds. I gesture at the chimes. I didn't create that. Your mothers did, your grandmothers, everyone who decided that broken bodies can still build culture. They're quiet, processing. Finally, one asks, will you become rotten? Probably. Will you hunt us? Hope not. What if you do? I crack the sequence for then stop me. They understand, nod, accept, because they're not children anymore. They're the next generation, the ones who'll carry the songs forward. My last day, Sarah asks what I want to be remembered for. I'm too weak to crack full sequences, can only manage simple notes, single joints, so I crack. Twilight. Twilight? She signs. I crack again. Myth. You want to be remembered as a myth about Twilight? I crack the sequence for yes. Why? Because myth are treks. Because stories shape cultures more than events. Because I'd rather be a useful fiction than a forgotten fact. But I can't crack all that. So I just crack. True story. She understands. Smiles. I'll tell them. Tell everyone that you were the one who taught us Twilight isn't compromise. It's synthesis. Not light or dark, but the place where they meet. I crack agreement. Outside, the wind picks up. All the chimes sing. Hundreds of them now. The valley fills with clicks. 432 hertz in harmony. A symphony of calcified joints. Mom's song. My song. Everyone's song. I close my eyes, listen. And in the sound, in the rhythm of broken things still making music, I'm finally certain we were right to try. Right to light the grid. Right to dim it. Right to survive in the space between. The Twilight's not a compromise, it's home, and my knees, cracking one last time, agree.